Good afternoon. Yeah. So happy to see all of you here. I think, from afternoon onwards, you are going to be separated into two groups. The initial expectation is 80, but what is the total number now? What is the total number? I think in the morning, only 50 have turned up. 48, 49, 50. Maybe after the break, another 4, 5 are added. Okay, fine. So any of you from Yogi Vemana University? YVU affiliated college? Any one of you? Rayalaseema University? Which college? Ramakrishna Nandyala. Okay. Which college? Usmania Degree College. Anantapur? SK? Which colleges? Guntakal. Guntakal. Triple IT RK Valley. Okay, fine. Yes, switch off the fans. Fine. Okay, just I thought of interacting each one of you because I wanted to share some of my thoughts. I've been also a career counselor for the last 30 years. And for the last 11 years, I've been running career counseling column in Enadu. Chaduvupe. I don't know how many of you seen. Anybody seen my career counseling column in Enadu? Chaduvu page, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Any one of you? You have seen. You have seen? Today also there is a question whether 5-year integrated program is better or BSc and MSc are better. I'm doing my intermediate second year. This is a question today I have answered. So tomorrow my question is going to come on metallurgy and metallurgical engineering, material science. Day after tomorrow, Pharma D and D Pharmacy. I think the questions are lined up. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If most of you are not seeing my column, how can I expect students to see my column? Enadu is such a very popular newspaper. And that is the Chaduvu page is mostly something to do with career and career options. Right. The concern here is, especially not only a resource person for today, the second kind of option is, how do we attract students to UG colleges? So this is the biggest challenge. I think our PG set is scheduled in the month of May. And the last date was, to apply for PG set, what was the last date? None of you are monitoring. 9th March. 9th March has become 19th March. 19th has become now 28th. All of you are, I always believe that, your degree college teachers are brand ambassadors for higher education of Andhra Pradesh. Unless you motivate your students to apply for PG entrance, where do we get the students? So right now at Yogi Vemana University, I took over 5 months ago. October 8th, I was appointed. So in the last 5 months, what I have noticed, 49% of the admissions we could fill last time, 49% of our intake. But when I speak to other vice chancellors, everybody is there only, 40 to 50%. No university has more than 50% admissions. So unless you motivate your students to join the higher education, how do we get? But you are not monitoring even the last date of PG set, when is it, what kind of question papers they are giving, how do we train our students for PG entrance exam? You are only training them to write university exams. Beyond that, you are not trying for entrance. But that's where I was trying to know, when is the last date for entrance? Means we need to think, the number of applications what we received on the last day, that is on 19th, only 13,000. So once upon a time, there were 40,000, there were 30,000, there were 20,000. So today, the number of applications are 13,000. Our number of seats available are about 40,000. In Andhra Pradesh. But at the same time, people are paying from their pocket and going to private universities. So that is also happening, no? A lot of private universities, people are paying 10 times of our tuition fee and joining. But they are not paying 1/10 of what they are paying in private universities. So this is the major concern, but I thought of sensitizing. I may not get 50, 55 faculty members once at a time. So to speak to all of you, just I wanted to share my concern. But if this is the situation, I think, over a period of time, we will not have many postgraduate students in the state. And as of now, I have 0 admissions in physics. 0 admissions in physics, 3-4 admissions in maths, 2 admissions in MA Telugu, 0 admissions in material science and nanotechnology for the last 5 years. Political science, public administration, 2 or 3. So I have about half a dozen departments struggling to have even 1 or 2 candidates.
The government degree colleges also same thing is happening.
Yeah.
Physics department, chemistry department, whatever you said, these departments are going to.
Yeah, if that is the case, what do I do with?
There's a major process.
I know, single major. So what do I do with my faculty? This is my concern now. I have already recruited. We have faculty members, in some cases, number of faculty members are more than number of admitted students in PG. So in one department, I have 5 regular faculty, 2 students. So you are bothering for degree, I am bothering for PG. So my
is not giving time to think about PG.
So my simple logic is, we are spending 60 crores. Our budget is 60 crores. Our Yogavamana University, about 42 crores we are paying from government money. Another 20 crores we are paying from our own resources. And we are graduating some 1,000-1,200 students per year from university. That means per student expenditure is about 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs we are spending on each student. Student is thinking that, I am not getting reimbursed. But government is spending 5 lakhs on the student, per student. If you double the maybe outgoing students, I think, 5 become 2.5 lakh. So this is what I have been telling my colleagues. And now I think I asked my colleagues to go to various colleges. And I invited a lot of college principals of my YVU affiliated. And I said, we don't mind coming to your colleges and requesting your students to get enrolled for our program. This is the context in which we are discussing. The second part is AI, ML, data science. So everybody is afraid about losing the jobs. So that's what, of late we have been seeing in the newspaper, so and so company laid off 10,000 people, 16,000 people, 8,000 people, 4,000 people. We have been seeing. This also is one scenario. Everybody is saying that, AI is taking away all the jobs. And there is no need of programmers. Somebody said there are no need of coders. And also all of us have been seeing the whole translators are disappeared. So once upon a time we used to employ full-time translators. This is a permanent employment. So today we don't require any translator. Translation is gone. Today morning I was listening to a podcast by RGB. He was telling that, the whole music industry will go away. Because AI is writing the song, AI is composing the song, AI is singing the song. Within no time. Within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it is giving you 10 versions of songs. 10, and also you can give all your prompt, male voice, female voice, guitar, folk, fusion, whatever you give, it's going to give. Then what will be the future of this lyricists, music directors, singers? That is one extreme. The other extreme is all teachers. I think AI is also taking away our job. So even they can keep our own photograph and they can animate with somebody's voice. Or with our own voice also they can do that kind of animation. Then they have all varieties of information. This is another challenge. When we give the assignment to the students, everybody is using ChatGPT. So we don't know whether it is written by ChatGPT, written by the student. Even my own student, when they get the thesis, I am not very sure whether it is written by AI or by the candidate. So these are the kind of challenges we have been. So especially, this is the kind of a fear where a lot of students, a lot of teachers, a lot of parents, what they have is only AI is going to provide employment. This is what people say. But look at our Indian higher education, especially the Telugu states higher education system. Last 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, a lot of AI ML graduates have come out of BTech colleges, engineering colleges. But how many of them are placed? Data science, AI ML, I think a lot of graduates have come with the AI ML qualification. But if you compare the placements of computer science and the placements of AI ML, who got more placements? Computer science. But people are, having some kind of a mad runs for AI programs, ML programs, data science programs, and so on. But where are we going to land is the next question. And we are bringing AI into every subject now. So that means we think AI is inevitable. AI is inevitable. So whether we like it or not, AI will be there. So since we wanted to provide employability to our students, we are now trying to create awareness among the students about AI. And over a period of time, we wanted to make people masters of AI. So how do we make AI as our servant? Is the question now. Today AI is our boss. How do we become boss of AI? Unless we become boss of AI, we may not be able to survive. So that is where computer science faculty, you have a more responsibility because you may have to educate all your colleagues about AI. But first of all, whether AI is a computer science course is a big question mark, but somehow computer science people have taken over AI. But otherwise, in other countries, even linguistics fellow is into AI. Philosophy person is our own university. I don't know whether he is going to teach you or not, by name Professor Vineet Nair. He did his MA philosophy, MPhil philosophy, PhD computer science. Today he is a AA professor in our own University of Hyderabad. But he never did his BTech computer science, MTech computer science. But today he is professor of AA. But his basic training is in philosophy. BA philosophy, MA philosophy, MPhil philosophy, and PhD computer science. And there are a lot of linguistics persons also, they are doing a lot of research in, for example, NLP. Who is doing a lot of research in NLP? LLMs, NLP. I think mostly it is linguistics fellows, computational linguists. So they are there. But unfortunately, people think, AI is computer science department, which is not. But however, some part of AI, like data structures, or DBMS, or RDBMS, whatever subjects, we have been using in computers, AI and ML, mostly I think they are available in computer science. That is where people think, computer science people are more familiar with AI, but based on my interaction with a lot of computer science faculty, you are as illiterate as any other subject fellow as far as AI is concerned. You may be good at your own computer science. Your own computer science also, what you studied in our UG and PG and what you are teaching is totally different. And you don't have expertise on AI. But you have an advantage over others. When compared to other disciplines, you have some advantage. A mathematics person or computer science person, up to some extent physics. Today, also we have a debate about quantum computing. Who is the owner of quantum computing? Somebody says it is a computer course. Somebody says it's a maths course. Somebody says it is a physics course. Combination of all. But unfortunately, all of us are working in silos. A computer science person will not teach to maths teacher. A maths teacher wanted to come and teach a computer course, you will not allow. A computer science fellow goes to maths department, wanted to teach, you will not allow. That fellow will not allow. So we draw the compound walls. That's what I think, NEP 2020 document also said, you have to break the silos. We are in silos. So we have been discussing about interdisciplinary. So AI is the interdisciplinary subject. That's what I wanted to communicate. And most of the applications of AI and ML, they are in business. So that means, if you wanted to become a good expert in AI, ML, you should also know the business domain. You should know marketing, you should know finance, you should know HR, you should know banking operations. Because a lot of AI applications are there in business. So you should understand marketing, finance, human resources, of course, data science, business analytics, whatever now we are discussing. So today, just since it's the first class, I thought of discussing something about very, very basics of AI and ML or machine learning up to some extent data science. Basically AI and data science, how we try to get into that. Yeah, if you see from my academic profile, I started with civil engineering and ended with data science. My latest degree is the data science MTech from BITS Pilani. So just last October, I received my degree that is in data science because I thought if I am not into data science, I will be illiterate. So that's what I realized. So always we have been telling that, teachers are continuous learners. But most of us stopped our learning after getting into the job. I said most of us, not all. Most of us stopped our learning after we get into the job. And with great difficulty, you have done PhD because of your next promotion. And most of our PhDs are part-time PhDs because you got the job. So, when you are doing part-time PhD, only yearly once or twice you will be meeting your supervisor and wishing the supervisor on Teachers' Day, Happy Ugadi, Happy New Year. And hardly we meet our supervisor. So, and we try to complete our checklist. That is, proposal is completed. Then, paper is published. Where it published, nobody should ask that question. It is published, peer-reviewed. Some publication, some seminar, some viva, completed. Then, post-PhD, how many of us are writing good research papers? Good. I'm using the word good. Again, research papers in peer-reviewed, 1,000 rupees, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, that's a different story. I'm speaking about Web of Science, Scopus, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, impact factor, because the whole of NAC and NIRF is speaking about these two things. But if you look at the data of NIRF, most of the degree colleges are having very less score in research. And we have less score in research, we have less score in perception. Out of 5 parameters of NIRF, least scores in perception, least out of 100, our scores are 2, 3, 4, 5, perception. Our colleges. And also research scores also 10, 12, 13, 15. Some colleges are having 5, 6, 7 because most of the publications are not counted for accreditation and ranking. So I think when you come for this kind of programs, I think, we try to sensitize about those parameters also. I think research and teaching should go hand in hand. So today, our AI is teaching by using research. It is not doing research, but it is taking the research of everyone. In our lifetime, how many research papers we can read. But AI is reading lakhs of research papers in fraction of seconds. Definitely AI content is rich. Whatever efforts you make, you cannot compete with AI content because AI has a large database to access. And for most of the research papers, even we depend on Google. And unless our college has a subscription, even if your college has a subscription, to download one paper, it will take 1 to 2 hours because of our internet speed is so high. It takes 1 to 2 hours to download one paper. And to read that paper, it takes another 3-4 days. But our AI is reading within no time. It is taking everything into consideration across the globe. Several lakhs of research papers it is reading and giving us the input. So no way we can compete with AI. If somebody wanted to compete with AI, it is impossible. Only make AI as a friend. AI cannot be our competitor. Let us not think that AI is our competitor. AI can be our collaborator. How can we collaborate with AI? If somebody will come and ask you to collaborate, would you collaborate just like that? What do? Interact. Then you should get the confidence that he is capable of interacting. Otherwise, it's waste of my time. So I'm a professor here, now vice chancellor there. Somebody will say, sir, I wanted to do collaborative research with you. Just like that, I don't accept. I test that fellow. After testing, if I get the confidence, then only I collaborate. AI is also will do the same. If AI to collaborate, AI should think that there is some mutual benefit if I collaborate with that fellow. But most of the time, we are only at taking end, not giving end. If you wanted to be in the giving end, I think you should also equally. And also we should know what AI cannot do. I think there you can do expertise. There is no meaning in developing expertise where AI can do. See, for example, translation. If you wanted to translate 100 pages in English to Telugu, how much time you require? But my chat GPT is doing in 2 minutes. And most of the time it is doing a perfect translation because we struggle a lot. We have to keep a manual dictionary to get the meanings of English words. But AI doesn't require. That we know. But what should be understanding is how that AI works. For example, NLP or LLMs. So how they are probably working. If you know the logic behind it, and if you emulate some of those practices, there is a systematic procedure it is following to understand the things. But for us, we never follow a systematic procedure to understand them. Most of the things are happening randomly for us. Our learning is mostly a kind of a random learning rather than a very systematic and structured learning. But that is learning very structured way. Now I think when you are competing with somebody who learned structured way and who learned unstructured way, definitely there is a problem. And for example, assessment, question paper setting. If you wanted to set the question paper, you require how many days to set a good question paper? And our ChatGPT or maybe any AI tool is setting the question paper within minutes. If you give, and even if I train you manually to set a question paper by using Bloom's taxonomy, you fail. You never know what is BT1, BT2, BT3, BT4, BT5, BT6. Though theoretically you know knowledge, comprehension, analysis, application, synthesis, evaluation. But way to use describe, define, explain, elaborate, compare, contrast, application, whatever. It's very difficult. But if you give these parameters, the ChatGPT is going to make you a perfect question paper. And today afternoon, I have a board of studies meeting of one business school, very famous business school. In the last meeting, what they have done is they have used ChatGPT to evaluate the scripts. And the same scripts they have evaluated manually, the error is 1%. So our board has taken the decision to use ChatGPT for evaluation of the scripts. So in future, I think, it may also happen, the ChatGPT. Now, it's not even objective type question paper, it is essay type question paper. So they have uploaded the actual key, possible key, because based on last few years data, whatever they have with them, because last 10 years, 20 years, for the same question, how many ways people have answered and how many marks they have awarded. So all this data, they scanned, they have uploaded. And that they are using as a reference now. And they are giving. So the error is only 1%. Scanned document. Scanned document. Handwritten question paper are scanned. So sometimes, with our naked eyes, it's very difficult for us to read some handwritten, but system is able to convert into text. Speech to text, text to speech, translation. If you speak in English, it will translate into Telugu text. So these kind of things, don't venture, because that speed we never match. Whatever the speed at which they are doing, we never match that kind of a speed. So what else we can do now? And as the AI person are getting into AI, we should know what are the jobs we are going to lose, what are the jobs will be in demand in future. Because for me, I consider every teacher is a career counselor. But unfortunately, you outsource the career counseling to people like us. You think you are only there to teach your subject, but some student will come and say, sir, what are my future opportunities if I do BSc Computer Science? You have only 1 or 2 options to give, but there are 100 options. ChatGPT gives 100 options. But as a teacher, we are giving only 1 or 2 options. A student comes with BSc MPC or BSc MPCS. The student will ask you, what are my career options? What do you say? What do you say? A student with BSc MPCS. And that fellow will come and ask you, what are my career options? Higher education and employment. So how many we can give as teacher? 1, 2, 3, go for MSc Computer Science, or go for MCA, go for MBA. Next, stop there. Or do BEd and write DSc. Well, this is how we will tell now. You do BEd and there will be write TET exam, there will be DSc. Then, or go to Amirpet, learn some computer courses and try for employment. Go for Nandyala, Dastakir Reddy, Sai Raghavendra, Guru Raghavendra. So go take bank coaching. No, that's what we are only able to tell. But if you ask the ChatGPT same question, it is going to give you 10 options, 20 options. And that is where, as a teacher, what we should be doing now, we use ChatGPT to answer these kind of questions. But are we really doing it? We may be doing it for our own kids. My kid is doing intermediate second year, and what is the good engineering college? That will give us. But we are not extending this to our students. I think, that's where I think, we need to increase the diameter. Now, right now, our circle comprises only our 2 kids. If you increase the diameter, I think, 400 students of your college will be in your circle. Right now, my circle is both Telugu states. My circle is so large. So I am working for both Telugu state students' career options. So this is where, I wanted to tell you. This is one thing, I learned from BITS Pilani professors. Every presentation, they will keep this disclaimer. Knowingly or unknowingly, we take lot of information from lot of sources. So better you give this kind of a disclaimer. that, this content, whatever, knowingly or unknowingly, we take sometimes we mention the sources, sometimes we may not be able to mention the sources. So better you just acknowledge all the unknown contributors of your presentation. This is how we should tell our students about integrity, academic integrity. The most of the time what we do, we download some PPT from Google and we'll go and play. As if we tell the people that, it is how this should happen. But at least somewhere, we should also tell about these kind of smaller things. Okay. Well, let me start with very basic question. Because when we are discussing about AI, first let us discuss about I. What is intelligence? How many of you did your B.Ed by any chance? B.Ed, Bachelor of Education. None of you. Okay. So what is intelligence? Providing knowledge. Then what is knowledge? What is knowledge?
Information.
Information. Okay. Information. Okay. Knowledge is providing information. That's it. Yes, please.
Practice.
Practice. Okay. Okay. Training the data. Okay. Intelligence. Forget about computers. This word intelligence was there, several centuries ago.
To learn and understand.
For example, you say a student is intelligent. What do you mean by that?
Whatever the data.
Okay. Now you are saying application and you are using the word knowledge. You are saying training.
Inferences.
Inferences. See, for example, as a teacher, we will say he is very intelligent boy. Why I am using that word intelligent? Thinking smart. Okay, thinking smart. So he is thinking smart. Then reaction. Okay, reaction. Okay, what else? Reproducing. Ability to
Learn and understand.
ability to learn and ability to understand. But ability to apply, ability to solve, ability to express. Now I think you tell me. No, that's what I think we are trying to understand the whole concept. See, because when we are using the intelligence, first you should know natural intelligence, then we go for artificial intelligence.
So compared to 10 people, he is good.
That is relative. Relatively, he is better. So you are now speaking, there are two ways of looking at it. One is absolutely better, one is relatively better. So he is better when compared to others. But independent of any comparison also, he can be better. He can be the best. Could be. So when you say somebody, he is very intelligent. So somebody tells, she is very intelligent. So what qualifies her to be called as intelligent? Skill. Okay, you are bringing skill. Okay. But I don't think, we are testing the skill of someone before declaring that fellow is intelligent. In a simple sense, what were we doing? Whoever secured highest marks, we are considering that fellow is intelligent. But unfortunately, there is no correlation between intelligence and marks. There are so many gold medalists, they are unable to get placement. There are so many compartmental fellows are getting placement first. A fellow who is having backlogs, that fellow gets the job, but that fellow is struggling to complete the certificate courses. A fellow is the topper of the class, struggling to get the employment. That fellow sits for... Yes, that is where I am saying today, if you are the topper of the class, that become a disqualification. I think, the student has not undergone multiple parts of the life. You should know the failure. You should also know the failure. You should know the success. You should work with others. Dependability. Independently doing. Dependability. I think there are so many factors. Otherwise, we cannot say he is a successful person. He may be intelligent, not successful. There is no relation between intelligence and successful. Because can I make a statement that all intelligent people are successful? All successful people are intelligent? That means there is no correlation between these two. There may be some relation. But what qualifies, usually when I have this kind of a new concept when I am introducing my class, I say, I go to dictionary. That is the first thing I will do. I will open the dictionary and I try to know the ability. Somebody was using the word ability. Acquire, apply, knowledge and skills. That is the definition of Oxford Dictionary. But of course, without testing all these things, we are declaring somebody as intelligent. That's a different story. Are we really looking at that way? Somebody is intelligent. Somebody who gives a quick response, we consider that fellow is intelligent. When I ask some question, that fellow who is able to recall quickly, that fellow we consider as intelligent. somebody who by heart so many things, that fellow also can be called intelligent, but in the true sense, I am not very sure whether that fellow to be qualified as, because that fellow is failing to apply the knowledge of one domain to the other domain. The whole purpose of the education is learning of concept at one place should be applicable at the other place. I should be able to apply in a new situation. So today, somebody asked me why our education system has failed. Though we claim that our education system is so successful, but really it is a failure because the employability is the biggest question mark. And whether education is improving the confidence or education is decreasing the confidence. What is your opinion? Ideally, we expect education should improve the confidence, but really our education is improving the confidence? No. People are becoming less confident after graduation. When they joined the graduation, they were so confident. After 3 years of stay with us, they are losing the confidence. The education is actually, that means there is some problem in our education system. The job is one part only. Job is one part. See, for example, take Hyderabad city. A 10th failed fellow is highly confident than a PhD fellow of a university. He can manage anything because the street smartness. And that fellow is getting 50,000 rupees salary, working in some kind of a retail outlet and doing some part-time job morning and evening. He is getting 50-60,000. He is only 10th failed and going to some Sikkim Manipal University or some other private universities, distance education, and they are acquiring the certificate, and over a period of time that fellow is becoming manager also. But that fellow is actually 10th, with 10th class plus 2, they are able to do well. But in some other places, people with PhD qualification, they are underconfident. They are trouble. Resources. Where are resources? This fellow is also a 10th pass fellow, also is a poor family, illiterate first generation fellow. But some kind of a application part is there, and also confidence. I can manage. Exposure. But our current education system is failing to expose. We are exposing them whatever we wanted to expose. We are not exposing them whatever they want to expose. We are exposing them what we wanted to expose them. And most of our training also, we are training them to solve the known problems. We are not training them to solve the unknown problems. So you give the concept, you give some model problems. And the examination also is asking the same model problems. That fellow is doing them. But when the fellow goes outside, he is having a lot of unknown problems and he doesn't know how to solve those unknown problems because he was trying to solve only known problems. And most of our question papers also 90% repetition of last 3 years question papers. So my kind of education, what I am thinking, even with open book examination, students should not be able to answer well. That kind of a question paper I am expecting. So today, if the kind of question papers what we are giving, if you give them the textbook, that fellow will get 100 out of 100. Because our questions are so straightforward. So straightforward from the textbook. Somewhere, our assessment is a problem. But my ChatGPT or my AI tools can set a better question paper than me. Better question paper than me, it will give you a lot more contextual questions. See, for example, we are discussing about AI in one context, one classroom. Another classroom, we are discussing about Iran war. Now I want to know what will be the future of AI in the light of this Iran war. But first of all, we think these two are not related. If at all they are related, we don't know how to answer. This is how our education system is. We are not connecting these two. We are not connecting these two. We'll go and teach our own subject of computer science. Somebody else will go and teach subject of history. Somebody will go and teach of political science. But who is connecting all these things? Nobody is connecting. That is where I think, we have a problem. So application of the knowledge is very, very important. But we are not, we are only looking at by hearting. The reproducibility is going to decide your competencies. Yes or no? Whatever is there in the textbook or notes what we have given, if that fellow is able to reproduce, that fellow is intelligent. But unfortunately, they are not intelligent. The gold medals also given for the toppers, no? Those gold medals are hard workers. They are good at by-hearting the things. They are good at reproducing the things, whatever is there in the class notes.
Exactly.
Then, as a consequence, what is happening? They are not employable. They are not employable. So that's where people keep on saying that, I have done my post-graduation, I don't have employment. But employment, whether that fellow is fit for only the subject for which he studied, or that fellow is fit for any other subject, wherever he can. It's also very important because if you go to some of the international companies, the CEOs are from political science, history, economics, not MBAs. And some IT companies are headed by some non-IT fellows. Still they are doing well. But unfortunately in our system, we draw horizontal and vertical lines. Horizontal and vertical lines, and we say this is my domain. And everybody has a lot of possessiveness towards their own subject. Too much of possessiveness. My own branch, I don't want to allow anybody. And my workload will go. My post will go. My post will go. So I wanted to confirm. So what I'm trying to say when we are speaking about intelligence, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. The Cambridge Dictionary says the ability to learn, understand, and make judgments or have opinions that are based on reason. So reasoning, problem solving, application, skill. The intelligence is a combination of all these things. See, for example, I am driving the car. How many things I am doing while driving the car? Look at the traffic. Number one. Number two, look at back, who is coming. Look at the both sides, left side and right side, side mirrors. Then I have to change the gear. And I have to control the speed. I have to also estimate, predict the fellow who is traveling before me, whether that fellow is going to apply brake or put the indicator. Without putting indicator, that fellow is going to take turn. I think we have all varieties of people. So we are doing so many things. So tomorrow, I am replacing this driver with AI. That is what we are calling autonomous cars. Autonomous car. There is no driver. You simply sit in the car and that will take. So the car has to do more or less what we are doing. This is all human intelligence. This human intelligence will be replaced by artificial intelligence by technology. So that should be able to do all these things. Whatever we are doing should be able to do everything. So that way human intelligence is better than AI at some point in time. But today we trained AI in such a way that that has dominated us. And the second problem is when AI was not there, we created AI. When AI was not there, we created AI. And AI started learning from us. We started teaching AI. After some point in time, AI learned everything from us. It has nothing to learn from us because we have stopped updating. We stopped there. And AI continuously updating herself. And at 10 o'clock when we started the program, by 12 o'clock, I think it must have updated herself by 100 times. Whatever is happening across the globe, everywhere, any transaction, anywhere to anywhere. See, for example, I have my own ChatGPT. So I asked ChatGPT that, today I wanted to give a lecture. For example, I had to give a lecture here, AI. I simply asked ChatGPT that, I need to deliver a keynote address in so-and-so conference on AI. Can you make? Then it remembers that I am a Vice Chancellor of Yoga Vemana University. Everywhere it will incorporate Yoga Vemana name. And it will go to Yoga Vemana literature and somewhere it will bring some intelligence part from there. Because I am a Vice Chancellor. It remembers about everything. And it makes lecture accordingly. And one day I was asking, tell me something about my wife. Then it started telling about my wife everything. And at the end it is asking, can I also tell about your children? It is asking me. Then I said yes. Then she started telling about my both the children and what they are doing. And it has gone to an extent that the system is saying that, your daughter is engaged and she is going to be married soon with so-and-so person. I'm shocked. The ChatGPT told me that. When I asked her this question about my wife and other things, she started telling. But somewhere when we were doing about this kind of marriage search, probably I have uploaded their astrological kind of charts of both. Then it got connected. So we may forget certain things what we have uploaded, but it never forgets. Most of the time, we keep on forgetting when we are in 50s. We forget a lot of things, but our AI never forgets. It's keep on remembering a lot of things. So that way, the artificial intelligence seems to be far efficient than human intelligence today, as of now, at least provided. Maybe there are exceptional people who can beat AI, but those numbers are very, very small. But AI is everywhere. It's interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. It can connect one subject to other subject. Now I say applications of AI in physics, it will give me content. Applications of AI in quantum computing, I get the content. But a human being to give that kind of information, that fellow has to spend 1 month in the library to write that kind of an article. So today that is the biggest challenge. So intelligence is the computational part of the ability. Computation. Again, we are using the word computation to achieve goal In the world, varying kinds of and degrees of intelligence occur in people, many animals, and some machines. So it is varying kinds of degrees of intelligence because it is varying, is a computational part of the ability to achieve goals in the world. Let us look at AI. The use or study of computer systems or machines that have some of the qualities that the human brain has, such as the ability to interpret and produce language in a way that seems human, recognize or create images, solve problems, and learn from data supplied of them. This is the definition of Cambridge, given by Cambridge Dictionary. I think it's a very comprehensive way of looking at artificial intelligence. So it is almost giving the study, computer systems, machines, qualities, human brain, ability to interpret, produce language, seems human, recognize, create images, solve problems, learn, data supplied. If I ask you what is the difference between a human being and animal, tell me 3 differences between human being and animals. Okay, they may laugh, we don't know. They may be laughing. Yes. What is the difference?
Human beings are thinking.
Thinking is one. Speaking, number 2, speaking, they may also speak, maybe may not with this kind of a clarity, Then human beings manipulate, okay?
I won't play jokes, sir.
Okay, they won't play jokes.
Human being is emotional.
Emotional, human beings are emotional, okay? Animals also emotional. They are more emotional than human beings. Dogs, if you look at cats, you look at, they are highly emotional. They will also laugh. They will also speak with their bosses. So what makes thinking, problem solving, learning? Animals also learn, but the pace at which they learn. Thinking for what is the next question.
Again, we need to divide the thinking into 2 parts.
Okay.
One is thinking for living, that can be done by the animals and humans.
Correct.
And thinking for the humankind and other being, that can be done only by humans.
Correct. So now what we are trying to do, we are mimicking the human intelligence in the system. That's the whole logic. So how we can do that? See, for example, if I'm as a teacher, I am explaining. I want AI to explain the same concept the way I am explaining. But definitely, as teachers, as of now, we say AI is not going to replace the teacher because the emotion part is missing in AI. Now I think we have got connected emotionally. I never met any one of you before this. But our association will continue for the rest of our lives. But whereas technology, technique, they may not have that kind of a emotional connect. That is one kind of a possibility. The number 2 is the context. See, for example, today morning, based on the temperature, based on the weather, based on the class situation, I think we may probably start our discussion, but technology may not understand that way of introducing the concept. That way, I think, we have some kind of a better format. But as far as data is concerned, no. That data what computer has access, AI has access, the data what we have access, the memory what it has, the memory what I have, I think no way, no comparison. But we are trying to look at language because we have LLMs nowadays. We have NLP, natural language processing. I think, once I give the sentence, it should be able to identify the parts of speech. I think, sometimes we may make a mistake in identifying, but if you give the proper rule, it will not make a mistake. There may be exceptions when you are trying to do that. And also, if I give you some kind of items, I wanted to segregate them, like classification, and give the properties of each category, it will do a perfect, near perfect classification. This goes there and this goes here. This goes there, this goes here. And it will also form some kind of clusters. And we develop the models. And for example, I wanted to prediction also a manual prediction versus machine prediction. The machine predictions are more accurate because it uses a lot of optimization. There is something called gradient descent method. So once you get into data science, you'll understand. I think, support vector machines. And of course, we have clusters. And I think, various kinds of learnings we speak probably in the due course of time, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement, random forest. I think, all those technical stuff we are going to learn. I'm not taking you to technical part. I'm only going to give you a kind of a motivation and some kind of a basic. Okay, fine. Then, it is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. So this is another way of understanding artificial intelligence. It is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. So we are making intelligent machines. So machine itself is intelligent, but we are making them more intelligent. There are some machines which do very mechanical work, but we are asking machine to do intellectual work. Intellectual work. See, once upon a time, if you look at the computers, they were doing more mechanical works. See, I think 30 years ago, 40 years ago, the computers, what they were doing is they were doing very manual work, especially in the banks, other things, very routine works they were doing. But today, our computers are much more smarter. We have vacuum cleaners. Vacuum cleaner. We have washing machines. We have washing machines. We have vacuum cleaners. We have autonomous vehicles. We have robots assisting at home. In the kitchen, they're assisting at home. And robots assisting surgeons. Surgeons, robotic surgery. People are using the word robotic surgery. I think the robotics are used. Knee replacement surgery, even valve replacement, whatnot, any surgery. The precision is very high, that's what they are saying. Knee replacement also, people say the recovery is faster if the surgery is done by using robo. I think, that is where these robots are more or less performing like, the humans are performing. And you have a human servant, you have a robo servant. The robo servant is doing the job with more precision and more accuracy. I think it will go to the corner where it can go. Any corner it can go and clean, give the proper instruction. In AI also, the same AI is going to give different outputs for different people because it all depends on the prompt. The way you are asking the prompt is going to be very important. I think now what we should be training our students, how to ask good prompt. Very recently, in IIM Ahmedabad, one of the examinations, the professor allowed the students to use ChatGPT. And he asked to mention the prompt what you have given to the ChatGPT to get your response. I think he evaluated that prompt rather than the output. So this is part of our life now. We can't get away. So I think, he said, that professor said, use ChatGPT, no problem. But tell the prompt what you have used and give the output. And based on that, that professor has evaluated. So now we cannot get rid of ChatGPT from education. Whether we like it or not, it is there. But we need to set a question paper where ChatGPT cannot answer. The ChatGPT also make lot of mistakes. When you test it with a known answer, then you realize how many mistakes it is making. When you are testing with unknown answer, you are thinking ChatGPT is right.
Yes.
Most of the time, my experience with ChatGPT, that is where what I am doing is ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, Perplexity, Grow. I have 5 apps. And I am validating one ChatGPT response with other ChatGPT response. And other than all these things, in Google, I have something called AI mode. At the end, left corner. So with that AI mode also, I am validating the data. Then I am getting different responses from different AI models. There I think, we need a human intelligence to validate the responses given by AI. Right, I am not saying AI is, of course, AI is also learning. I don't know after 5, 6 years, 4 years, 3 years, how AI is going to transform. But as of now, our AI tools also making mistakes. If, for example, if I ask, who is the vice chancellor of so-and-so university, sometimes it's not updating. Because that website has not updated, so it will go by the website. The website has not updated, then it will give the information which is available in the website. It will not take other information into consideration. Right. So here it related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable. I think we have some sensors. As a human being, we have some sensors. So we are now thinking of replicating such kind of a sensor so the computer can probably see. So we are seeing with our eyes. So computer is seeing with scanners. No, we are using the scanner for computer. No, we are reading. Computer is also reading. So that is where we are speaking about machine learning. The concept of machine learning. So how you are getting, when we were learned computers in the beginning of those days, we were speaking about binary. 0, 1, 0, 1, everything gets translated into 0, 1, and that is how machine language, assembly language, the coding, decoding, all those things, those days when I was doing my BTech Civil, we learned something called Fortran 4, formula translation 4. Their subroutine, COBOL, BASIC, Pascal, they have come, but in my engineering, in my first year, I have computer programming using Fortran 4. That was in 1986. So their subroutine, subprogram, do, if else, if statements, do loops. So those, today I think, one need not learn programming as of now. Without knowing Java, without knowing C, without knowing anything, because the code is available. The code is available, just you have to check the code. Sometimes you write the code and upload and that will find the error. And you have run the code, it's not getting the response, and you give this response and the code that will give you where you have made a mistake. So today I think, that way the job has become very easy, but at the same time we should know what it is. That's also very, very important. You are an MBBS doctor, you are able to interpret the diagnostic report, pathology report, but you should also know how the test is conducted, then you can give a better report. Without knowing the process, I think you may not be able to do the better interpretation. So that's where learners of AI, teachers of AI, we should understand how AI works. Once you understand how AI works, you will also understand where AI can make mistakes. Where AI can mistake, because we are now training AI. It's always we speak about test data, train data. In data science, we speak something about test data and train data. And when you are trying to test the new data, we are trying to use the trained data again on some other model, and we see how it is working. And we try to look at the error part. And the whole idea is, how do I minimize the error? So what exactly we are trying to do now? Human-like. How to simulate humans' intellect and behavior by a machine. This is what ultimately we are doing in AI. So how do I make my machine to think like a human, to act like a human, to feel like a human? How I am going to do that, human-like? For example, mathematical problems. I think take Sudoku. How much time you take to fill the complete Sudoku? Most of the time, we try, we fail. But if you give the Sudoku to ChatGPT, within no time you get the solution. The calculations, multiplications. Even a question paper, if you upload to ChatGPT 100 questions, within 2 minutes you will get solution, explanation, multiple answers, possible answers, everything which will come. So it is mathematical problems, puzzles, games, theorems, common sense reasoning. If there is a parking space, so there's a parking space, it will go and park there, but it will not know this is illegal to park there. Such kind of a minute information, sometimes our Google Maps also making mistakes. It will take us to one way. But when you are traveling that way, nobody else is traveling, everybody is staring at you. But you think my my Google Map has given this route. But the Google Map probably that they have not updated that information that it is one way. Or maybe they made one way only for that day because of some VIP's visit. Till yesterday it was the right route, but today it is one way. But maybe that information is not updated. Then you may make some kind of a mistake. But as a human being, you will come to know. Sometimes as a human being, you find a smell and you probably get some kind of indication that something going wrong. Till recent times, there was some problem with technology where it could not smell, but today there are sensors. Today there are some sensors. Sensors are capturing the smell and it is predicting there is a possible failure in your car. I think you have to get down. You are getting some kind of a siren. So earlier we thought, the smell is only the uniqueness of the human being where we can smell, but nowadays even there are some kind of a technology. Based on technology, it is able to predict. Expert knowledge, lawyers, medicine, diagnostics. Today, I think the people are staying after AI. The radiologists are the people going to be affected more. Because looking at the X-ray and writing the report. In that person's lifetime, he must have seen 500. But this AI must have seen several lakhs of X-rays and reports. Then it will give you more precise prediction. Right. So this is the lawyer's case studies. For example, I wanted to know in this particular context, what kind of a judgment so-and-so court has delivered. So it will give me the information about entire world. Sweden, Switzerland, Germany, Japan. In the similar context, what kind of judgment has come. I will get all the information. But if I wanted to do manually, 70% of them I don't even access. How do I get access about the judgments of Sweden and Switzerland sitting here in Hyderabad? Maybe I think, that is one kind of an area. And diagnosis. Today, I think, when we go to pathology lab and when we get the report before going to the doctor, we are uploading to AA. The AA is already giving you a lot more information. Then you are going to the doctor to validate the information given by AA. Most of the time, we are going to the doctor to validate the information given by AA, and you started speaking to the doctor more than doctors. Because based on your ChatGPT information. So it is because it is comparing. And it is also going to tell you that, at what stage you are, what is the life expectancy, what is the life risk, all those things, it is able to compile the information based on several. See, most of the time in our own lifetime, we are seeing a small sample of 120 and 150, 200, we are making judgment. But it is seeing several lakhs of samples. So then definitely the accuracy will be more. When a study is conducted on a large sample, precision and accuracy will be high. When you are doing on a small sample. As a human being, we see a small sample. Even take students. Every batch you are handling 30 students. And 30 years if you are there, in your lifetime you are handling only 900 students. All your experience is only handling that 900 students only. But my AI is handling 9 million students. So based on 9 million students understanding and learning, it is going to suggest me a learning model. Definitely that model is much more reliable than our own personal. Because most of the time what is happening when we are handling the things, it is more looking like a subjective. Somewhere, my subjectivity will come into picture. But the systems are highly objective. Unless you make them subjective. Because you train the system by giving all biased data, then probably system also may become biased. But otherwise, the system is trying to be objective. Or even when you are performing robotic surgery, sometimes human being may be emotional, but not the robot. Right, not the technology, not the machine. Then social behavior, then achieve goals have performance measure. That is rational thinking, problem solving, and so on. Okay. So simulation of human intelligence processed by computer systems. Basically what we are trying to do is a simulation. Simulation of human intelligence processes by computer systems. Understanding, reasoning, learning, solving problems, effective communication. The best example is Siri and Alexa. Siri and Alexa are powered by AI. Today, of course, we have so many AI tools. So many AI tools, and we have solution for most of the problems. Most of the problems. But under these circumstances, how do we train our students? This is the question now. Whether computer science students or BA students, BCom students, BSc students, the students are now losing confidence, and parents and students are losing confidence that what about the future of my kids? Even as parents, we are also struggling. As parents, we are also worried. Though we are teachers, but we are parents also. So what will be the future of our children? Even most of your children, if they are into engineering, I think they must be studying computer science. Yes or no? That is first choice. Computer science is your first choice. The reason is there are more jobs in computer science. Later, I think the switch over to AI/ML. So today, even I am not for AI/ML, but I, as a Vice Chancellor now, we have a constant college in Puduttur, YSR Engineering College. So my colleagues have been telling that, sir, only we are getting admissions in computer science and up to some extent electrical electronics, and otherwise we are not getting admissions in many branches. So unless we start AI/ML, we may not be able to attract students. So with a half-heartedness, I said yes, because there is a kind of an inevitable situation. Inevitable situation that, we are forced to. The reality we know, not that, AI, whether AI is going to provide employment or AI is going to take away. I'll close. Yeah. So how these AI systems work? By analyzing data and learning from patterns. So how it is, even for us also, I think we look at the pattern. We look at the pattern, right? The students, when we look at the students after having some 10, 20 years of experience, then we look at the pattern. How this student, because we try to compare this student with one of our earlier batch students. For example, I am a research supervisor, I have guided 23 scholars. So tomorrow a new scholar comes to me, I compare this scholar with one of my 23 scholars and try to see, okay, this person probably may end up like X of this 23. So what is that we are doing? Looking at the pattern. So the system also trying to look at the pattern. But the pattern, it is looking at, different large samples. This is how it is. For example, we have a time series data. Or maybe we have some traffic data at a given traffic signal. You take Gachibowli traffic signal and morning to evening you capture the data. That is the large database they have. Then prediction will be more higher with less error and precision will be very high. Use algorithms, step-by-step instructions to learn from data and make decisions. So ultimately, data science, machine learning, AI. If you combine all these things, whole of AI works on data science. The data. Ultimately, it is the data is going to decide how efficient your AI systems are. Your data is good, your prediction can be better. If data is bad, the prediction can be bad. The more data they are given and the more patterns they learn, the better they become at making decisions and performing tasks. All these days, what we were thinking, decisions are made by human. Computer only can give the analysis. But today, computers have become intelligent, they are making decisions. And they are also not only taking decisions, they are predicting the consequences of each decision. For example, if you go for decision A, consequences. Decision B, consequence. Decision C, consequences. And more than that, if you try to give your type of personality, it also will tell you that your type of personality, this option is better. And if you are able to tell your decision making style, I think each person has a different decision making style. I think you must be working with several principals. Each principal has his or her own decision making style. In managerial terminology, we call them like avoidant or rational. Like that, we have different dependent, like the different decision making style. So give a decision making style, give a personality, give a problem, it will give you the outcome. So sometimes the solutions are highly customized also. So once upon a time, we used to get very generalized conclusions. But today, the systems have become so intelligent, they are taking inputs, whatever inputs you provide. For example, we wanted to have a diet chart. So I wanted to reduce my weight. It will give you some diet chart. At the end, it will say, if you tell me your age, your height, your weight, your gender, I will give you little more customized diet chart for you. You give something. Then again, it will ask, if you are a vegetarian, I will give you a chart. Non-vegetarian, would you like to have only rice or you would like to have something else? I think millets are. If you give this kind of a prompt, at the end, you are going to get one customized chart for you. That is only unique. And for somebody else, it may not be applicable. It will ask your height, your weight, your BMI, your body temperature, your sleeping heart rate. It will ask all this data. Once you provide all this data, or if you upload last 5 years your health reports to the system, it will give you your future. And it will also predict what kind of diseases you are going to get in future with what probability. I think not that everything is true, but at least, it make an attempt. It will give us some kind of an idea, right? So making decisions, and why sudden boom in AI systems? Significant improvements in computing power and data storage capabilities. I think I may teach you AI, but once you go to your own college, it takes 10 minutes for your system to boot. And you have to make some noise, hit the CPU, then only your system starts functioning. And your internet connectivity is so slow, it takes its own time to connect. But one end we are speaking about high-end computing, other end we are working with 2011, 2012, 2013 assembled computers. And most of our computers are not having licensed software, all pirated Windows, pirated Office. Okay, this is a reality. Another extreme is we are speaking about quantum computing. Quantum computing, fraction of seconds, everything should happen. But other side, we have computers, but they are dead slow. But apart from our computers, the overall computing speed has been increased. I think, the sizes of computers have come down. Because thanks to nanotechnology, our mobile sizes, laptop sizes, and today we have a computer without CPU. CPU inbuilt in the screen itself. CPU is inbuilt, so we don't have a separate CPU. So we have come to a stage where one room size computer to hand, I think it's palm. I think we can keep your computer in the palm. So because of the significant improvement in the computing power, number one, the growth of the internet. I think internet thanks to Jio. The internet has penetrated so much. Social media, of course, other digital technologies has led to the accumulation of vast amounts of data which can be analyzed and used to train AI models. Advanced in the AI research, I think machine learning, I think now we are speaking about deep learning. Advancements in NLP, the ability of AI to understand and interpret human language. I think now it is understanding. Even if you speak in Telugu, it is understanding. Right? It's understanding. Once upon a time, we used to ask only in English. Today it is understanding our language. The major areas are machine learning, robotics, computer vision, NLP, expert systems. And there are two kinds of AI. One is generative AI. The second one is conversational AI. Generative AI and conversational AI. It is a type of AI that focuses on generating new content. It is a subset of machine learning drawing from techniques like deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate output that can include text, images, music, video, and more. Once upon a time, for us, data means only numbers. So today, text is also, I think we have video analytics. We have text analytics. And we have something called sentiment analysis. That's a new concept, we are discussing in data science and machine learning. Based on your statements, I'm trying to do. And I use cameras and based looking at your face, I can understand, you are learning. You are learning. So I think, video. I can have video and video will capture your body language, your facial expressions, how many times you are blinking, how many times you are making eye contact, how many times you are nodding your head. It captures all the information. Based on that, it will say at the end of the class how much satisfied you are. It will convert. Yes, madam. Emotions. It's capturing emotions. I think, the technology, it's like a music, video and so on. The major uses, retail, healthcare, finance, banking, education, supply chain management, customer service, automation, sales, and today, hardly we have any kind of a customer care executives. I think you are only interacting with chat. I think, through chat only you are able to solve most of your problems. And sales and product recommendations and 24/7 customer support. Then diagnostic support, symptoms checking and triage, clinical trial matching, clinical trials. Then customer service automation, fraud detection and security. Before even if you come to me for kind of a loan, based on your data, I should be able to know whether while you are speaking to you, I keep on feeding your data and my system tell, don't give loan. Then I'll say simply sorry. So I think today if I give a loan, what is the probability that it is going to be converted as a non-performing assets? Based on history. So one day I went to a shop to buy some kind of a washing machine 20 years ago. I wanted to buy some washing machine that is on 15th August. So that they said, pay 15 rupees and pay the remaining amount in 15 installments because that is 15th August. So before me there was one customer and that fellow provided everything, but that fellow says, no, we don't want to give you loan. I think, you come tomorrow. Then they have given me the loan. They have given me the EMI facility laptop, that kind of washing machine. Then out of my academic curiosity, I asked him, why did you reject the fellow? No, sir, his PIN code, from where he is coming. I think we have a lot of defaulters from that PIN code. So that's where, we kept under suspicion category and we wanted to do some more inquiry. But I think your PIN code, has very clean record. So that's where, we have progress. So this happened 20 years ago, 2005-06, with TMC Begumpet, Tirumala Music Center. So that means that was the kind of analytics they have used. Because the majority of the people who are paying prompt EMIs, majority of the people are not paying EMIs. So that was for me that was a shock. But today I think everything is working on that. Okay. Then education, administrative automation, personalized learning, language learning, supply chain. Okay. Conversational AI, a type of AI that can simulate human conversation. So I think now today we are able to do the conversation. Happens through natural language processing, a field of AI that allows computers to understand and process human languages. Synthetic brain power that makes machines capable of understanding, processing and responding to human language. Okay. So this I am leaving, AI in education. I think, your own creativity and your own creative imagination, how it can be. I'll show you one chart and I'll close. They're standing there. 3 of them are standing. Okay. So this is what actually we try to understand, what is this data science, AI and ML. So this artificial intelligence is the kind of a large circle. There, we have linguistics, vision, sensors, language systems, robotics, planning, and this is the machine learning. Machine learning K, nearest neighborhood, support vector mission SVM, decision trees, Bayesian learning, deep learning. And here, text mining, time series forecasting, recommendation engines, and this is data science, data preparation, process mining, process paradigms, visualization, statistics, experimentation. Now, if you wanted to look at combination of these three, larger circle, smaller circle, this rectangle. So this part, this is the combination I think, we can use everywhere. So I think it's more of mathematics, more of statistics, less of computer programming. Not too much of computer programming, because I said something about Bayesian learning. That's what we have learned in our probability, Bayesian approach. Support vector mission. This is something to do with regression and classification techniques we are going to use. Decision trees. This we learned in classification. Decision trees. Deep learning. Text mining. Time series again is for statistical technique. Statistics. And I think, the normal distribution. Inferential statistics. I think, the error calculations. Precision. Okay. And we also have something called recall. Okay. Recall. So I think, false positive, true negative, false negative. I think a lot more things we are going to learn in the next few days. But here, this is actually not meant for one class. I think, we should have at least 3 hours time to discuss about it. My whole idea is I wanted to set the tone for this 5-day workshop. One thing is we should not be afraid of AI. Even if you are afraid or not afraid, AI will grow in its own way. So it will be there. Whether we like it or not, it will be there. The second thing is, unless we update ourselves, we are outdated. So unless we update ourselves, we will be outdated. So I think, though AI is part of computer science or not, but somehow the public perception is AI and computer science are children of the both same mother. So if you are good at computer science, you can be good at AI, which is not true, because I did my BTech civil engineering, then MBA, but I have done my data science, but doesn't matter. So I have hardly studied Fortran 4 language in my entire life. Other than that, no programming language I learned. But still, I was able to manage because I was able to do my Python programming without much of any program. Because Python is mostly like an English language. Writing a code in English, English statements, and wherever you are stuck, use that AI tool, ChatGPT. So that is how I managed my kind of, learning Python is easy, very simple when compared to other programming languages. So today that way, technology made our life so simple, so complex. So simple, so complex. In some context, it is so simple. In some context, it is situations, it is highly complex. So my simple suggestion is keep updating yourself. So I think, I am 55 now, but I spent 42 years on my education. Continuously I have been updating myself. Okay. So try to learn new things. Otherwise, you become irrelevant. Already, most of the teachers are becoming irrelevant. The students are thinking, without teacher also, I can complete my degree. Today they are coming to our classes because of attendance. If you remove attendance, hardly we find students in the class. Yes or no? Remove attendance. Nobody will come to the class because they know without attending the class also they can get distinction. That means our classes are not adding much value. I think this is the challenging task for all of us. How do I make my classes interesting? Without attendance also, how do I get 100% of attendance in my class? Without having a formal attendance system, how do I get 100% of the class attending my class? This is what is very, very important. Unless we add value to the class, they should feel this professor lecture is better than YouTube lecture. This professor will give better information than AI. Then they will come to us. Otherwise, they have a lot of options. So keep these things in mind. And I wish you all the best for next 5 days. I love to interact for 1-2 hours more, but I have to stop because at 2 o'clock some other sessions are there. So try to enjoy, and as part of your program, you also visit our AI lab, and even a lot of computer science faculty would be coming. And our association should not stop here. It should begin from now. And try to interact with some of our networking we should do with some of the research scholars of computer science, research scholars of management. A lot of our management scholars also working in data science AI tools. I think half a dozen of my scholars have worked in these areas. Okay, applications of AI in business. I think a lot of things we have done. So try to do some network. and this network should continue. And I wish you all the best, and my last sentence always is see you in the next classroom. Thank you. Yeah, please.
So hi everyone, hope you had a very insightful session. We definitely missed her in the campus, but I hope you enjoyed the session. So I have a couple of announcements. So you guys are divided into two batches. If you see the attendance sheet, you would have seen your batch. So for batch A, I'll be your Spock. If you have any queries in terms of anything, you can reach out to me. And for the batch B, it will be Priyanka, and you can reach out to her. And number two is attendance is mandatory, and your assignments are mandatory. So if you have any issues with the network, we can help you arrange. I mean, you can stay back here for the internet and the network, and we'll extend the office timings. But attendance are mandatory for you to get the certificate. And your lunch is in the same spot in the first floor. It will always be there for the next 5 days. Yeah, I think that's all. Thanks.
Okay, then you are welcome to buy Yogi Vyamana News. Anytime. Anytime, just please visit us. And if there is a possibility, you can also collaborate not only with the HCU faculty, because our university is rich in terms of number of faculty. We have 100 faculty. It's a luxury for any state university. So if you want, you can explore. Right? All the best.
So, sorry, one last thing. For all your schedule, everything is in Excel. If you want to give another attendance, I mean, the schedule sheet needs letter. But all your another thing, so batch A and batch B, your classes will be in FDP room and computer. Check which exact room is your slot.
I'm Ritvik from Vijayawada.
ఓకే అండి, రుత్విక్ ఫ్రమ్ విజయవాడ. ఓకే
Working in Venekla Institute of Engineering and Technology,
ఓకే.
which is located at Kanguru, Vijayawada.
సబ్జెక్ట్స్ ఏం హ్యాండిల్ చేస్తారు?
Data visualization, cloud.
పర్ఫెక్ట్.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Amir Roma. I'm working as assistant professor in the Faculty Engineering College, Hyderabad. It's located at Solo College, Karnataka.
Surenpalam means this Aditya is also located in the same place. Okay.
Here's Aditya.
Okay.
Handle subjects are CDMS and operating systems.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sakir, working in Rashtriya College of Faculty Engineering College, Karnataka. So, handling subjects are software development and thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Ganesh, from Srikakulam, GMR Institute of Technology, Day-1 University. I'm working as assistant professor in the Department of CSC. Present and taught development of human intelligence subjects as well as cybersecurity.
Chamber means Rajan, no?
Rajan, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, P. Surendran. So, I'm from Adipattam, worked in ANR College, Pudivara. So, subjects I taught was DBMS, OS, and Python programming using data sets.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sri Kumar, DNR College, DNR College, Day-1. Just lot of things. Swift language.
Okay.
So, good afternoon. Sir, I'm Sirish. Working in Abhiyan College, Pudivara. The subjects which I did was Abhiyan, PHP, and Java.
Okay. Pass.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Harika Sarana. I am from Parvati. I am working in Chapas Degree College. I am handling Python programming and artificial and computational intelligence.
Good afternoon, sir. I am from Kalinada. I am working in Python Degree College. I handle subjects like the DBMS, OS, software engineering.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Cynthia from Shiksha, working in APSCHE, working as assistant professor in APSCHE Center for Physics in FDP department. And my handling subjects are data mining and data processing and data science.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sriram from Shiksha. I am working in Andhra Degree College. I am handling subjects like C, Java, DBMS, and Python programming.
My name is Pooja Raman. I am from Uchchatar. I am currently working in library department. I have handled subjects computer organization and data.
Okay. Pass.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Neela Kumar from AML, Reinforcement Learning. Oops.
Okay. Who is the principal now?
These universities.
Good afternoon, sir.
Huh?
1 month before just here.
Okay.
From Bhavatla Engineering College, I teach with the operating system, computer networks. Now I am dealing with operating system and machine learning.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Pooja from Bhavatla Engineering College. I have taught
How many are from Babatla Engineering College?
4.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
No check for it.
ఓకే మీరు ముగ్గురా నలుగురా? మీరు ముగ్గురు. ఓకే రైట్.
and taught AI, ML, and currently teaching automated theory and computation.
ఓకే.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Anita from Bhavatla, working as assistant professor in Bhavatla Engineering College.
Now there are two engineering colleges. One is okay.
I handle DBMS, AI. Presently, I thought I am teaching automated theory and computer design.
Okay. Both are managed by Mupalneni Group only?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Pina Bhanu from Bhavatla Engineering College, and I have taught Python programming, data structures, and computer networks, and also web technology.
Okay.
Myself, G. Nagaraju from Abhiyan Engineering College. At present, I am teaching computer designing and design and analysis for algorithms. At present.
Okay.
Previously, I taught so many subjects.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ravi Kiran and I am coming from KVN College, Vijayawada. And I got 26 years of experience. I was expertise in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Basically, I'm teaching these two subjects.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Navin Kumar, assistant professor and HOD of Science of Maharaj's College of Commerce, Hyderabad. I'm handling the subjects of object-oriented software engineering and web interface design.
Good afternoon, myself K.C. Rahman. I'm coming from Government Kupam. I'm handling PHP, MySQL, DBMS, software engineering, and Python and artificial intelligence applications.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Madhu. I am coming from APRDC, Nagaraja. I am handling subjects applications of artificial intelligence and data structure using C.
Okay.
Myself, Narendra Babu, working as government degree college at Hyderabad. Presently, I am teaching DBMS and cybersecurity.
Okay.
My name is Shekili Shawari. I am from Mary Stella College. I majorly deal with AI ML technology.
Okay. Vijayawada.
I am PNVS from Deep Polarity Engineering classes, Karnool. I read about data analytics, data warehousing and data mining with their model.
Okay, right. Past years. Okay, we could actually use the time because there was a little bit of gap in terms of starting the session. You can start with the procedure. Yeah, please.
Hi everyone, so hope you had a refreshing lunch break. So it's my privilege to introduce our very own Srinivas sir. So Dr. D.V. Srinivas Kumar is a professor at School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, specializing in marketing and business analytics. He holds a BTech in mechanical engineering and an MBA in marketing and a PhD in management studies. His key areas of expertise include customer relationship management, consumer experience management, services marketing, and marketing analytics. With extensive academic experience, he has contributed to research, teaching, and industry training, and is actively involved in conferences, consultancies, and interdisciplinary projects, particularly in areas like AI and customer experience and healthcare services. Over to you.
Thank you. Right. Hope I am audible, right? Okay. You had a session taken by Professor Rashtriya, right? Okay. Can someone tell me the summary of that? What is that you have discussed? Because from there we'll start our discussion here, right? Yeah.
What is artificial intelligence? How does AI system works?
Okay. Okay. Before going for what types of AI? Okay, right. Okay. I think all of you were very attentive, right? You're just giving the points. Good, right? Now, let's basically look in terms of how business school faculty deals with AI and other concepts. Like probably Rashtriya sir would have told you that 2017 we launched an MBA in business analytics. And of course, I come with an engineering background, so it so happened that you were in a way forced to get into this 2017. But as we got more into it, it was quite interesting because especially if you see from the perspective of the applications, many of your AI applications are there in business. Say you go to Amazon, you buy something, immediately the recommendation comes. So at the back end, you find that, okay, there is a affinity analysis or association analysis or a priori algorithm is running, or maybe you can go with collaborative filtering. So how this is happening and what is the context in which especially people with both understanding of the business as well as the AI, right? What is the kind of competitive edge that is going to be there for the students? That was the whole thinking at that point of time. But then if you look at 2022 was a game changer. Why? You had this ChatGPT, right? Because till that particular point of time, AI was dealt more in terms of a concept, and of course in the labs as well as in some of the applications we had AI. But then once this ChatGPT came, people started experimenting and they started having the first-hand experience of dealing with how a AI system is going to work, right? Especially when you look at that Gen AI part of it. And of course today if you look at the kind of challenges we have, In fact, we had faced this in terms of integrating the concepts of AI and ML into business management. That was the first challenge. For you, in most of the cases, it is natural that AI becomes a part of your teaching. Because if you look at the very existence of AI, heavily backed with math and stat, but at the same time, when it comes to the algorithm development, definitely no need to say that your computer science is involved in that, right? Now, with this background, what we are going to do today is, it becomes relatively easy for you also. A little bit of introduction in terms of the hardware behind the AI, as to how these are going to work in conjunction with each other, so that what are the results that we are actually looking. Say, for example, you have your smartphones available, right? A simple case like you can really make changes to your photo that is taken. At an extreme case, maybe if people are changing images with AI, right? That's where you talk about a deep fake, right? You know that the extent to which the AI can go. So we'll basically look in terms of what powers AI. At the same time, we will also look in terms of a simple explanation of AI from the perspective of a layman. That means, without going too much into the details, if I'm talking about how your AI is going to work, since you are all from the computer science, can you tell me the basic principle in terms of how an AI system works? Is there a single definition to AI? We'll start from there. Or what exactly do we mean by AI? That's the other way of looking at the question. Simulation of human intelligence, right? So you're trying to basically mimic the human intelligence, which is considered to be natural, but then you're trying to do it in a different way. That's the reason why you call it as artificial intelligence. But what does intelligence actually mean? You see, this is quite interesting. Training is a part of your ML or AI systems. Agreed. But is training itself AI? See, you need to basically look at this, because some of the questions that we come across, especially when you're talking about training, if you're looking at especially supervised machine learning where training is available, said, okay, I'll train my model with a lot of data, and then the model actually understands, and then we will actually look at the implementation part of it, right? Training definitely is a phase of your AI part of it. But beyond that, what do we mean by intelligence? Ability to think and solve complex problems. Is there a term for it? So you might have heard about something called as cognition. So if you look at the development of a child, your ability to think, more or less it is in terms of your ability to process that information, and then basically you take an action on that particular basis, right? So today, interestingly, if you look at the kind of AI systems that we are having, can any one of you just answer this question? If I am working with ChatGPT, does ChatGPT really think? See, you're all from computer science people, so say for example, we have dealt with commerce, then we have dealt with what I call arts, right? But
the question it will give answer to us.
Pardon?
Whatever we give the question to the ChatGPT will give the answer to us.
How? Does it think is my question.
Based on patterns.
Of what?
Based on the similar like questions previously asked by some other.
Sir, according to me, it was a check.
No, we'll come one by one. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Based on the data.
Keywords or six from different defined data.
The question is, does it think?
No, it won't think.
Is it intelligent in that particular case?
By using the keywords check.
No, the question is, does it think?
Doesn't think, but it will search the data. It will search the data.
How is it able to interact with you? Because at the back end something is happening, right? But you are computer science people at the same time, right? So the interesting scenario today is, of course we'll also deal with in one of the sessions, heavily as you people have said, it is based on data. Data is termed as the fuel for AI. Now, interestingly, then if data is the fuel for AI, what is the engine for AI? If data is the fuel, So that's exactly where now people are more focusing in terms of the cognition part that is there. Now, as of now, what is happening, let us try to look at a very small example. I'll just take you through a very small example and then see, as of now, what is happening and the way in which we are understanding things. So, if I can look at one of the no-code tools. So let's go to this teachable machine. Okay, can someone basically interpret the results that are coming there? Basically, you might have understood by this time that we are trying to look at basically labeled images, right? So it is basically looking at identifying that particular pattern that is given to us. So we will give our own input. Now I will just look at taking a few images here. Okay, I uploaded 3 images. What is the label we can give to this instead of class 1? What is the label I can give to this? Apple. Okay. And similarly, if I go with the second class, okay. So second class again, let me look in terms of, oh sorry, not importing images, cancel. So let me just go back. Okay, another set of images. So let me label this as banana. Now the next phase here is training, right? So I'm just pressing this training. Now it is talking about preparing that particular data set, and it is talking about the number of iterations and other things that are there, right? And then finally, let's say we'll not go with the webcam, rather we'll give a file, right? So what we can do is again, we can choose images from the files. Now say for example, I'll take this image and give it, okay, in this case, okay. Please see what is the output that is given. So can someone explain what exactly is happening here?
So we are training the model by giving the labels of the images.
Okay, so you have given an image and then you have labeled it. You have given another set of images and then you have labeled it. So here, what is the label you have given is banana, here it is apple. And when I have given a new image, that means in between what has happened is we are talking about something in terms of training, right? After the training, what happened is when I gave this, it said that 100% it is banana. You might know because you are computer science people. In fact, I gave one of the training image itself. So it immediately, without any doubt, it said that, okay, this is going to be banana, right? Now let's make a little bit of change to this. Let's say I'll choose an image, right? I'll just go back. I'll go to an apple. Let me take an apple here. Okay. What is the result you got? Apple. Okay. Then we'll go further. And then interestingly look at one more scenario. Choose an image, right? So API orientation, bananas. Please look at the result. Now I need your interpretation from this now. Okay, so can you tell me what this feature extraction is all about? Is it extracting the features or it is getting trained based on the features?
Getting trained based on
Okay, feature extraction is something that you need to do, right? And once you give it based on that features it is going to do, can someone explain what has happened here? Why it didn't say that it is 100% apple? So, but it says it is, let's say 89% apple means 11% banana. But how come 89% it is apple?
Most of the features are matching with
Like?
Most of features are
Say for example, if I look at a Bayes theorem, probability of an object given that it is round, what are the chances that it is an apple versus what are the chances that it is a banana? Now the problem here is you never trained the machine with a green apple. You trained it with respect to that, right? But you never trained it with a green apple. Somewhere down the line, the machine is able to relate it to an apple, but it is not entirely sure because very simply your training doesn't support it, right? Now just answer me this question. During COVID, all of us were wearing masks. So when you tried to open your phone using your face image, what happened?
Not recognized.
It says that, okay, come on, I don't recognize. Why? But your mother recognizes you, your family members recognize you, your students recognize you, that you have worn a mask, but the machine said that, come on, I don't know who you are. Reason is, again, in this particular case, as far as its training is concerned, it was never trained with a person putting a mask on because we never expected. It said that simply, okay, I don't recognize you. Then what happened? They have given us a patch. You upload this patch and again you wear a mask, again turn your face 360 degrees. It is going to again recognize. And then it says that next time onwards, okay, maybe you try to move your eyes along with your mask and other things, it is going to recognize. So the interesting perspective is here if you look at the way in which the machine learning, or for that matter, if you can consider machine learning as a subset of your AI, mostly it is related to the kind of input that you are giving, based on which the model is basically working. Now the interesting perspectives, they come at a different point of time. Now any one of you please tell me, now if I give an object like a cat or a dog to this model, what will be the outcome? No, I can feed. See, I can feed. It says import your images. What I will do is, simply, I'll go with a cat, right? No, whichever cat you want, you can take. Black, black background? Black cat commandos will be there with the Prime Minister, okay? So we will save your save image as, okay? So let me just put it on the desktop. Is there a desktop available here? Not really sure, this PC. Okay, I'll put it in week 2 itself. I'm just checking a mask. Okay, so quick access this PC. Okay, so images I'm going for this. Okay, hopefully it have gone with this. Now let me say that I'd like to go with the image. Okay, so let me go to the desktop, right? Now what is the name we have given? Image. Now you are all computer science people, you need to explain this. See, a commerce teacher may not be able to tell. Probably maybe some other teacher who is dealing with arts or humanities may not be able to tell. Can you tell me why this is happening?
Bias problem.
What is bias?
Problem. Before developing the software, AI software, the programmer should see all these conditions and features, whatever.
No. The programmer has designed it for a fruit only. I gave a cat. It is still giving an answer. Tomorrow if I give my face also, it will say you are an orange. Right.
satisfy all the conditions, then this problem arises, sir.
No, it is not saying it is neither a banana nor an orange. Anytime tried this? If you are looking at a classification, I am completely going with a different kind of an image, which has nothing to do with this, but it says with confidence 90% banana. Now this is where, especially with a computer science background, your approach should be different.
The problem into problems and anything access to that.
First thing is, why is the machine answering your question, even though it doesn't have the answer? That's where you need to, that very clearly indicates the limitations also. In this particular case, for this problem, very clearly it indicates. But interestingly, if you go deeper, you know that this problem can be handled. There is a way that this problem can be handled very simply also. Otherwise, people would not have gone with machine learning and other things, no? If it is going to be so flimsy, there should be a way of handling this also, right? You think of it, maybe tomorrow when we meet, we are going to discuss this, right? Okay. Now, coming back, let's say if I'm trying to look at what happens here, maybe here we are talking about the training part. Can someone tell me what actually happens during the training? So when you're talking about the training, say for example, you have a data which you are going to break it into training 70%, validation 20%, 10% is the holdout data or the test data. Now what is going to happen during the training? Means say for example in this case what could happen? If it is an image, any one of you have worked with an image problem? Okay. So how does it deal with the image? Say for example, instead of this, you can say that, sir, let's go with a CSV file where there are multiple columns that are there, and then you have certain amount of data which is available. You can just feed in that particular data, and say for example, if you look at one of the popular data sets that we deal with, Wisconsin Breast Cancer Institute, it donates the patient data related to malignant as well as benign cancer samples, malignant as well as benign. The outcome is binary, either it is, the cell is either malignant or it is benign. Interestingly, there also we can do training. Maybe you can use something like a KNN algorithm, and then you can try to, or you can use even your decision tree or any kind, right? And then you can arrive at a decision. So just keep this in mind in terms of looking at, especially in these scenarios, why the machine behaves like this. Is there some kind of an issue here? Because here, completely against whatever the basic understanding that we have, because we are talking about intelligence. So when you are talking about intelligence, so for example, if I am dealing with human intelligence, right? Probably this may not be the outcome that is expected if you are talking about human intelligence, right? Now with this little bit of introduction, let's go back to the machine learning part and look at how we are looking at machine learning in terms of integrating it with teaching. In some of your cases, as I already told you, it is quite natural that because you teach computer science, your machine learning, AI and other things come directly. Okay, any idea about this person? Anyone of you have done course on Coursera? He is a Stanford professor, Andrew Ng, who is one of the co-founders of Coursera. In fact, if you look at the machine learning program, today he calls it as machine learning and AI program, the #1 selling program in the MOOCs, massive open online courses. When you see in the MOOCs, he has got the best following that is there. Now this fellow very clearly says that, okay, 100 years back you had electricity, now you are going to have AI. So every industry gets touched with AI, he says that be ready for that. See, interestingly, if you look at certain scenarios, there are some people who say that you need not worry about AI. You need not worry about AI because it is not going to do anything. Now this reminds me of something like when we were doing our MBA, there was a big question in terms of should business managers, should they learn computers? Because computers are meant for only scientists, computers are meant for only engineers, right? So you should not learn, or there is no need for you to learn computers. Interestingly, when I joined, I started with the industry. So when I entered one room, people were working on Excel. I never knew anything about Excel. That was the first thing I realized that, okay, I'm gone. If I'm going to sit along with these people, I'll be kicked out. And the rest is history. Today, you know that, okay, without knowing how to operate a simple spreadsheet, you can't survive in business. A simple spreadsheet at least is required in terms of the operations. Similarly here, when you're talking about the AI part, so we need to really look in terms of how AI impacts. See, there are questions beyond computer science. Let me also tell you, can your ChatGPT write a paper? Right? People say that some people somehow in the early days, they published papers using ChatGPT and survived also. Interesting scenarios. Now the question here is, what is the kind of role AI is going to have in your teaching as well as in your research? I'm just looking at the generative AI part of it. You forget about the other AIs that are there. I'm looking at a very narrow specialization in terms of generative AI where content is generated. It could be text, it could be images, it could be audio, video, whatever it is the scenario. But the thing is, how it is going to change your entire education industry? That's a very big interesting question. Do our universities have a policy towards how AI could be used in teaching, research, as well as administration? What do you think is the biggest threat that you have with AI? I'll just give you a few scenarios. When I talk about threat, it is more relevant to the data part, right? Now today, if you look at some sites, like let's say Lenskart is there. You need not wear the glasses, you upload your image. It will fit the glasses and basically it will tell you this is how you are going to look. Now, similarly, what happened is, if you look at certain retail stores, they were taking the pictures where you need not actually wear a dress, but it will generate basically the person with the dress. One AI application, they called it a smart mirror or something. People are not willing to give. People said that we are not going to be a part of this particular program. God knows, today you are taking my image, tomorrow what you are going to do? The biggest issue is in terms of who has the control over the data, how they are going to make use of the data. Of course, there are guidelines that are there. Of course, we are also slowly catching up, that we can discuss in different contexts. But the interesting point here is that when you are looking at so much happening around the AI part, if you can basically work on a few scenarios related to the AI, what powers this AI? Let us start looking at this. To start with the simplistic part, I think do you need this? You think you need this difference between the classical programming and your machine learning? Yes, sir, no should be enough. Okay, just you can spend a minute. Can someone actually attempt to summarize this? The difference between these two? The regular classical programming versus how your AI is going to work. Now, in the earlier example that we have taken related to bananas and apples, what did I give the machine? Data. And I gave the answers also. This is an apple and this is a banana. It framed its own rule. It framed the rule, of course, on the basis of the algorithm. Classical programming, what do? You give the data and the rules, it will apply the rules and generate the answers. So quite interesting, especially when you look at the difference in the way things work. Of course, the other interesting question is, does it mean that you don't require programming for AI? Do you need programming for AI? Because we'll also come across one more scenario where whether programming is really needed to be in AI. Okay, we'll see that also. Okay, you can just take a minute. So probably our sir would have told you that University of Hyderabad started AI in 1980s, late 80s, he would have told. But when was the actual origin of AI recorded? 1956. So if you look at what could be the reasons, probably being from computer science, what made AI to wait so much to make a comeback? What could have been the reasons as to why? So in fact, we look at a term called as AI winter. 1956 onwards, 1960s, 70s, 80s, up to mid-90s, it was kept in a freezer. AI was there, but it was not doing anything, not much of a progress was there in this particular area. It was like sleeping. But beyond the 1990s, it started again gaining momentum. Probably what could be the reasons? Two reasons, at least. Financially, in the sense, companies had money, but companies didn't have data to train. Today, what about the data that we are talking about? In fact, we have so much of data, we don't know which is machine-created data, which is man-created data. There was not enough data to train the machine. Second thing is the computing power. See, people generally say that your smartphone could be much more powerful than maybe probably the computer that was used to send the rocket to the moon first time. So interestingly speaking here, we are carrying loads of processing power as well as data. See, you ask any of your student, if at all, if they are carrying pen drives, what could be the capacity of that? From GBs, people now move to terabytes. God knows what is the data, we don't know, but they carry this data, interestingly, right? Maybe probably once you are seamlessly connected, they don't even carry because you put it in some Google Drive or you put it in OneDrive or somewhere, and then you are going to make use. So the interesting scenarios here are when you're talking about the AI, it took time for AI basically to reach whatever the stage that we are talking about right now, right? Quite interesting. So OpenAI, ChatGPT, one of the prominent investors of in OpenAI is Microsoft. Yes or no? Yes. Right. So interestingly, once this Satya Nadella was talking about putting $1 billion in OpenAI. Now, OpenAI as a company, you and I know only when ChatGPT came into the picture. Till that particular Sam Altman, no one knows. At least for us, because we are not in that. Maybe probably you might be knowing, I don't know, right? So the interesting case is, when you are looking at the scenario, putting $1 billion in OpenAI, Bill Gates had an apprehension that probably you are wasting this $1 billion. Because it's a big gamble that you are making, right? You have a small company known as OpenAI, which is into the cutting edge of technology, but you are not sure whether this technology is going to be successful or not. But then you are betting on the success of the technology. But today they say that whatever that $1 billion they have put in that particular company is worth of around $20 billion, less than 6 years. Quite interesting. So interesting perspective is when you are looking at the kind of bets that are done with respect to the AI, it only makes it even more interesting in terms of maybe subjects may not be related to AI, may not be related to computer science also getting into this. So this is where I actually asked you this particular question. When you're talking about Arthur Samuel, the field of study that gives computers the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed is what he says. Tom Mitchell, probably almost all the engineering colleges could be having this book. This is basically like a Bible, but then we opened it and closed it because we couldn't follow, right? So the interesting part is, again, if you see, you're talking about the study of computer algorithms that allow computer programs to automatically improve through experience, right? So quite interesting the way people are looking at AI. And then today, if you look in terms of the applications that are there, you know that we have moved a long way. This is the classic case that we take. Okay, and now before that, you have to answer this question. If I can show you a picture of a cat and a dog, will you be able to differentiate? How did you get this ability? Okay. Okay. Probably when you have seen these animals for the first time, someone would have told you that this is known as a cat and dog is the name we have given, like a +1, -1, right? The interesting perspective is when you are looking at the generalization, when you're looking at the generalization, probably human intelligence is much more sharper where you are able to immediately make out of the patterns because you have a neural system that is there, which is mostly from the biology part of it. But then, if you are looking at a similar scenario from the machine learning perspective, you are looking at a scenario where maybe 10,000 pictures of cats, 10,000 pictures of dogs, if I am able to give, and over a period of time, it is going to learn from the input data that is given to us. And once it is able to generalize, probably the machine is going to give me the answers. So data is input, abstraction of the data, and then comes the generalization part. Okay, maybe for you it is quite simple. Can you tell me the difference between supervised versus unsupervised? So what do you mean by labeled data? Say for example, I'll give you a question like this. I have area of the house and I have the price of the house. So area of the house is in square feet and price of the house is in dollars. Now, if I can have the data related to some 1,000 houses, now probably what is going to happen here is, I have a scenario where this is the area of the house and this is the price. So when I give all my training examples, probably if I can look at a simple linear regression, what is happening is, I'm having this scenario related to an x and a y. I say that y is a function of x. Maybe I can say that y is equal to a plus bx, kind of a scenario. Now there is no categorization here. See, there is a classification problem. In fact, we call it as, if you have there is something to be classified, something to be classified. Maybe binary classification is the example that we have seen so far. You could have multi-classes also that are there. This is typically a classification problem. But then if I look at this is basically a scenario where I am trying to predict the price. That means that I am trying to say that price as a function of the area. Price as a function of the area. So what is happening here is, if the machine is able to find the relationship between the price and the area, now the model is built. If you give the area, the machine tries to predict the. Now this is also known as supervised learning. But then what is the difference between supervised versus unsupervised learning? See, the whole idea is like this. Supervising a machine means you're hand-holding the machine. When you're hand-holding the machine, in the earlier case, I told the machine that if I give an input, you have to tell me whether it is a cat, or a dog, or an elephant, or an orange, or a banana. That means the machine is told that if I am giving this, you need to give any of these results. I am telling the machine. Similarly here, when I am telling the machine that this is the data I am going to give, and probably if I am using multiple regression, I am telling that this is what you need to predict. What is that machine needs to predict? Price. That means you are telling the machine that this is what you need to do. I am telling the machine that this is what you need to do. Here, what is my outcome label? Price. What is my outcome label here? Maybe that whatever the label that you have given, cat, dog, blah, 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 whatever it is, that means there is a training phase where you are giving the input as well as the output, and then you are training the machine. That is supervised learning. You are having the output label very clearly defined. In this case, what is the output label? Price. You are telling the machine that you need to tell me the price. Can there be machine learning without this also? Without telling that this is the output I need to have, can I have machine learning? That is what is your unsupervised learning. Where is the training in unsupervised learning? Do you have training in unsupervised learning? There is no training. You have data, you run an algorithm, whatever the output comes, it will throw that output. So for example, classification is there. So I don't know if I have it, let me just show you. In this case, say for example, if I'm talking about unsupervised learning, Now there is a person A and B. A is buying product 1, 2, 3. B is buying product 1 and 2. Can I recommend product 3 to this particular fellow? Because first thing is, are they similar? Based on certain criteria, they are similar. If they are similar, probably, and if there is commonality in terms of products that are there, maybe a recommendation system automatically tries to recommend whatever this fellow is buying to this fellow, whatever other thing this fellow is buying to this fellow. Maybe when you're talking about your movie recommendation systems, which is quite interesting, you're going to do more or less the same thing, no? In the movie recommendations, what is happening? In the collaborative filtering, either you are looking at user-user similarity or item-item similarity. At the end of the day, what is that you are looking at? You are trying to find out the similarity. Based on similarity, the recommendation is automatically going to be there. It is not trained to give this particular output. Whatever the algorithm you give, it will based on, it doesn't build any model. Please remember, model building is there only in supervised learning, right? Training phase is there only in supervised learning. Okay, now you can see this. This is the best example that I could come across where, when you're talking about the supervised learning, now I am telling the machine that this is the input, this is the picture input. What is the corresponding outcome label? Dog. So I am giving the input as well as the output. Now in this particular case, what is the information that I am giving to the machine? Area of the house, price. And later I will tell that I need to predict the price. It knows that it has to do that. But whereas when you are talking about, maybe in this case, if I am talking about a clustering algorithm, right? Now you see this, it doesn't bother whether it is a cat or a dog. It has never been trained that this is a cat and a dog. Probably, okay, these seem to be similar, one group. These seem to be similar, one group. No labeling is there. See, interesting perspective is if you look at a classification, especially labeling will be there. Clustering is the term used when the labeling is not there. Quite interesting when you look at the approaches that are there. I think you may not need this semi-supervised. Can I have partially labeled data? Come on. Okay. This is just for the maybe people like me to understand what is machine learning, right? You have certain data where you have training, then you are using that training in order to make the future predictions. Of course, any one of you can take a call in terms of what is your deep learning. How is your deep learning different from the earlier phases that we talked about? So essentially what happens is the mimicking of the nervous system is done here by creating what are known as artificial neurons. And then similar to this, you have an input, training is there and the output is there, but then interestingly, the way this behaves is quite entirely different, and especially with the increase in the middle layers or the hidden layers, what happens to the accuracy of the problem? Right? Today you look at an MRI scan. If a machine is trained with some 10,000 MRI scans, it is able to do the next scan by itself. In the sense, basically trying to predict. Or you would have come across scenarios like, if you take the selfie of your eye, probably the right kind of app will be able to detect more than 100 diseases, which maybe a normal ophthalmologist may not be able to do, because he can do it maybe 15, 20 like that, but beyond that it becomes difficult. So interestingly, you have an application where you are going far beyond in terms of doing things on a scale that is quite interesting, right? So reinforcement, please. Yeah, what is the simple principle behind this? Okay, so any one of you tell me what happens if you touch fire? Okay, so did your teacher tell you this? All of us burnt our fingers, learnt it, and next time avoided it. As children, all of us would have done it. You burn it once, then you know next time don't do it. Say for example, a behavior where you are getting rewarded, what do? We try to repeat that particular behavior. So for example, the best scenario that I can give you is you can look at a gaming app, right? So what are the moves that would give you more points? What are the moves that will make you lose the points? So basically out of this training, this particular agent tries to do things with experience where it will try to reinforce its behavior for the positive outcome. And of course, from there suddenly we get into this large language models. Why you call it as a large language? LLM? Yeah. So probably in this LLMs, the entire data on the web was taken for the training part of it. Billions of parameters, if I need to call it in terms of the completely machine learning, lingo, billions of parameters based on which the training is done. So you have interesting scenarios where your LLM actually tries to give the output just like the way human being tries to give the output. So Gen AI, I need not tell you, tried from text, music, audio, video, 3D to 2D, 2D to 3D, whatever you talk, generative, it generates the output that is there. So your chart-based generative pre-trained transformers are what we are talking as the chart GPT models. Generative is any kind of answer that is given to a question, trained on large amounts of data, pre-trained. Your transformer is something that can process sentences differently than other types of models. It is almost like a person is talking to you, a person is speaking to you. To see this interestingly, if you look at the scenarios of your ChatGPT, now anytime if you found that ChatGPT has given you a wrong answer and you have said that, come on, the answer you have given is wrong, how did it respond?
I will not take it again.
Okay, sorry, that was a mistake. Okay, I'll not do it. That means something is happening at the back end. At the same time, it may not be completely a human being that is talking to, impossible. So the interesting part is something like this. Today, what people are talking about, especially the ones who are well advanced in these areas, what they're saying is, if you are looking at this ChatGPT kind of models, it is like brute statistical power at the back end, and your computation is happening, it is throwing you the answers. It is basically throwing you the answers. It is like when you type in your smartphone, when you are making a text message, when you type a particular word, what happens? It tries to predict the next word. It gives you an option, 3 or 4 words as the next word. Now, interestingly, what is happening is here you type a question, it is predicting the answer. That's where we can't blindly take whatever the output that is given by these models, because the interesting question is, of course, today they are saying that some of the versions are able to think. We don't know about that. But otherwise, on the face value, in terms of whatever the output is given, you need to really make a distinction in terms of the human output versus that of the machine output. Of course, many applications are there today. Almost every day in our life, we come across multiple applications related to this. Now, okay, I will not say anything from here onwards. You have to basically answer this. Any one of you need to speak for 5 minutes about a CPU. This is your domain. Right.
Storage purpose in data in CPU, primary storage as well as storage.
If I can look at the intelligent part of the CPU, what is it? Processor. So let's go to the processor, right? Now, of course, you can find a few analogies also that are there. Your microprocessor is the physical implementation of that unit on a single silicon chip. CPU is like a smart professor who solves complex problems carefully, one by one. Let's look at this analogy as to why we have pulled in a professor here or a faculty member. Okay. So what are the normal operations you do with your computer? Maybe your operating system, maybe your browsers, right? Maybe some levels of computations that are done. It does one task at a time, but very intelligently. Sequentially, it is going to do things. Okay. So enter the era of GPU.
Graphics processing.
Okay.
All the images processing.
Okay. So the question is, what is the origin of a GPU? Gaming. Obviously, see, people did not design something for AI applications. They found that GPU is quite interestingly suitable for AI applications. Originally built for gaming applications, handles images and videos. Now the interesting part is, performs thousands of small calculations at the same time, used heavily in AI and deep learning. Now this is where the game change is coming. Your AI and deep learning, multiple calculations but smaller calculations. At the same time, the volume has to be larger. Analogy, your GPU is like 1000 students solving simple math problems at the same time. What is my CPU earlier? An intelligent professor solving complex problems one by one. But whereas your GPU is like 1000 students making smaller calculations. That means what is happening here is, you have the advantage of speed when it comes to the GPU, right? Okay, now please see this. So for example, you have 10,000 numbers to add, CPU does one by one. Now GPU, 1000 people each add 10 numbers at the same time, GPU finishes much faster. So your CPU manages the system, GPU does the heavy training, RAM stores the temporary data, VRAM stores the AI model, SSD stores the data sets, your GPU is the muscle, CPU is the brain coordinator. That means, what is the benefit that you are having with a GPU? Come on. Faster calculations, right? The muscle power is there. So if you can technically look at which is suitable for what, we'll also get into the core part of it. Maybe you can see that particular small picture that is there where we try to indicate the cores in terms of the green dots that are there. So basically when you're talking about your GPU versus the CPU kind of a scenario, you have thousands of small cores, especially when you're talking about a GPU, right? It is designed for parallel processing. My regular tasks like browsing the internet, maybe using some of the applications and other things, this is okay. But gaming, training ChatGPT like kind of models, facial recognition, the best part is that you move over into GPU rather than a CPU. Okay, now let us get to the core part of it. I don't know, again, one of you can take the lead, computer science people. How do you look at the core part of it, core? See, definitely I don't know better than you. You are the specialist, right? So, core is again, if you look in terms of the module that is there, it is a processing unit inside a CPU or a GPU. Core is there. See, we had earlier scenarios where we are operating computers with a single core. Today, the situation is completely different. Now, each employee is one core. So what happens when you have more number of employees? Okay. Say for example, if you look at the earlier scenario, maybe 4 cores for a CPU, maybe 4 tasks. 8 cores means 8 tasks. So it is just like basically you are looking at the amount of manpower that you are having. So the problem is when you are talking about a CPU, how many cores it is having? 2 to 16, right? Each core is powerful and intelligent, good for complex tasks. But then, if you really look in terms of the comparison between a CPU and a GPU, the interesting thing is, maybe you can see single core is natural, dual core is there, you can go up to 16 cores. But whereas when you're talking about a GPU, what are we talking about? Hundreds to thousands of cores. Entirely the game is different here. But at the same time, you also see, there each core is powerful and intelligent. Each core is simpler, designed to repeat the same calculations. So already we have seen like multiple students doing the simple math multiple times that is there. So interesting perspective is your CPU handles much more complex things, but then repetitive smaller calculations, especially when you see, they are better handled by a GPU. Okay. So GPU repeating calculations, CPU is for complex tasks, CPU is sequential, GPU is parallel. CPU, we have already seen few powerful cores and GPU is having multiple smaller cores, right? I think this should be fine with the CPU versus the GPU kind of scenario. Now the interesting questions. Why your AI applications, they use GPU more than a CPU? Because that's where we are looking at the entire question of getting into GPU. Are GPUs actually built for the AI applications? No. They are built for the gaming applications, right? Now, A, especially deep learning, requires matrix multiplication. Now, this is where essentially when you are talking about the scenarios that are there, if you're talking about your artificial neural nets, right? So, how many of you agree with me that if I need to advise someone to learn ML or AI, what are the mathematical topics they need to be good at? Probability, agreed? Okay, let's say stat, and probability. Then linear. Your linear regression comes here. Okay, of course, everywhere beyond this.
Maybe matrix. Matrix.
Madam, I don't know how you are given linear algebra. Matrix is a part of linear algebra, right? Do I need to also look at vector calculus? Think of it again when you are talking about the scenarios. Now, when I am talking about, let's say, a simple ANN kind of a scenario. Now, if I have an input very clearly, it is giving me an output. This is a black box model where input is getting transformed into output. But say, for example, if I have a scenario where I am looking at the inner workings. Now, I have the inputs that are given here. Let's say x1, x2, x3 are the inputs that are given here. Now, I am feeding this to another level where each of this will give an input here, here, as well as here. This goes here, as well as here. This also goes here, here, and here. In each case, what happens is you have sigma wi into xi, I equal to 1 to n. Now, that's exactly where your matrix multiplication is going to come into the picture. And then what happens here, once you do this at the next level, what happens again? The transformation function is going to come. Whatever you are going for it, say for example, if this is given into a sigmoid function, if I will say that y is equal to 1 by 1 plus e power minus x is what you are going to say. Or you can go with a step function, right? So, or you can go with a softmax function, any of the transformations based on which. What is happening here is, interestingly, everything is getting converted into the mathematical calculations. And what happens is, generally the number of parameters keep on increasing. You have thousands and millions of calculations that are happening. So what is happening is, when you're talking about your deep learning models, your matrix multiplication, large data calculations, repeating the same math. Now, typically if you are looking at a loop with the feedback that is there, now you keep on changing your WIs in such a manner that finally you are going to get the minimum error. If I am trying to predict something in terms of using all this x1, x2, and x3, if I am trying to predict a y, what I keep on doing is I keep on changing these weights in such a manner that at the end of the day, what I am getting in terms of the output, right? It is basically done by looking at back and forth calculations where the weights keep on continuously adjusted, where your total error is minimum. That means if I can take this as my j theta, which is error, if I can take this as my parameters, I need to keep on working, or I need to keep on working in such a way that probably you could be talking about your learning rate and other things where you need to finally come to that point of convergence where the total error is, or your total cost function is minimum. In order to do that, what needs to be done? Thousands of calculations need to happen. So interestingly, what is happening here, repeating the same math millions of times. GPU can do this in parallel all at once. CPU would take much longer. So that is one of the game changers where your GPU started getting into the picture. Okay, this I need not explain. One of you can just take the lead and look at what is the RAM. That is correct. RAM is random access only, but then basically how do you explain it to a person like me? So all of us write exam. So before getting into the examination hall, where is your information? After writing the exam and coming out, it is, and get ready for the next exam. But whereas if I can consider a book, a library book where the information is there, it's like my hard disk, where a permanent storage is there. All this is temporary. Or some things might be permanent, but that depends on the person, right? So the interesting part is you can just see this, right? So it is like your storage is there, your desk space is there. When you are working, you keep things on the desk space. Once your work is over, you remove them, right? As simple as this. But then again, how to link your RAM and this? So if you're talking about your RAM, any power changes, your RAM loses everything very fast, that is there. But then when you're looking at the AI and the RAM part of it, when you're training or running AI, data is loaded into RAM. Models temporarily sit in the RAM, CPU process using the RAM. RAM is too small, system slows down, or sometimes programs crash also. In fact, once we tried to increase the number of levels using a normal laptop computer, we tried to use the number of levels between the input and the output. Fortunately, it hanged, it didn't crash. Because what happens is, obviously, there is a limit to which your RAM can handle the data, no? Right? Beyond that, it will be difficult. So RAM is your computer's temporary working memory. So now from RAM, we are moving to, just simple, from CPU, we move to GPU. So GPU is graphics. Graphics means pictures, videos, and other things. Now VRAM is, that means automatically something similar to that. If RAM is for the CPU, VRAM is for the GPU. Because there I am not talking about especially handling this kind of data. So when I am talking about this VRAM, that is for the GPU. So why do we need separate VRAM? Graphics basically. Very large images, huge number of calculations, parallel processing. If GPU had to use normal RAM, it would slow down. So VRAM is dedicated, very high bandwidth, optimized for graphics and AMS. So that's again where the regular conventional computer uses a RAM, but if you're especially using something dedicated for your AI purposes, you're using a VRAM. HDD, any one of you? In fact, I don't know. Today you still have some systems that come with a combination of your solid state drive as well as the HDD also. But we remember especially when we used to remove that box from inside. In fact, you can look at that spindle, the spinning, and that arm is also visible. So what is the drawback of this? Mobile parts means it gets slowed down automatically. Reading, writing. In fact, sometimes in old computers you can listen to that sound also, whatever comes inside that, right? So that's again, you can see that mechanical device, moving parts are there, slower, spinning is there, cheaper, large storage, affordable. But then the best part is it is cheaper. Okay. The cheaper part is there, the ability to store voluminous amount still is there, but then we are slowly moving towards HDD, right? Again, you can see the variations in which HDDs can come, but obviously you can find that there are no moving parts that are there. It just looks like your pen drive, or it just looks like a small box that is there. No moving parts are there, no mechanical parts are there, right? So uses flash memory just like a pen drive, so data access is instant. So why SSD is important for AI? You can just spend a minute on this. So you can just see that if you are talking about the boot time for that as well as this, for a typical HDD, how much is the boot time? 30 to 60 seconds. Maybe here 1/4 it is cutting down to, right? So almost 5 to 15 seconds, very fast, right? So the interesting part is you can again look at the RAM along with the SSD, where RAM is the working memory, SSD is the permanent storage. So you can load the data sets faster, install AI software quickly, speed up the training start time. Even though actual training happens in RAM and VRAM, SSD helps move the data faster to the RAM. Quite interesting. So could there be something in between these two? Between your processor, your RAM and your hard disk? What is the cache? So ultra fast memory inside the processor. But actually you talked about RAM. But where is cache coming here? Cache is coming between RAM and your processor, right? So frequently used data is kept there, ultra fast memory is there, frequently used instructions, processor doesn't have to go to RAM again and again. Again, you can just look at the speed that is involved because you need not go to the RAM again and again. So your kitchen is your cache, refrigerator is your RAM, your supermarket is your SSD. So what do you keep near your stove when you're cooking? The regular usage items you're going to keep. Now your cache is like your kitchen shelf. The regularly more used items are kept here. Some of the items are there in the refrigerator. Some of the items you will not buy entire stock from the market. No? So your SSD is like a supermarket, refrigerator is like a RAM, and your kitchen shelf is like cache. So whatever commonly regularly used ones are needed that you are going to keep in the cache. Okay. Of course, again, you can look at the changes that are there in terms of the differences that are there. So your core is your worker. We said core is like an employee, right? Cache is that particular brain for that particular worker. So it performs millions of calculations. Again, you see this repeatedly, especially when you're talking about at the back end what is happening, just need to focus in terms of the calculations that are there. Cache keeps important numbers ready. RAM stores the working data. VRAM stores the model data if the GPU is used. Without cache, the processor would slow down. Again, the interesting perspective here is the importance of cache in the context of machine learning is that with the cache, what is happening is your processing time is getting cut down. Because what is happening here, your cache is keeping important numbers ready, whereas your core is performing the calculations. Okay. Now our favorite has come, TPU. So who is behind the TPU? Obviously, your Google has to do something, right? Now the question is, what is the tensor? Why you call it as a tensor processing unit? What is a tensor? What is a vector? Like, come on, half of you teach in engineering colleges. What is a vector? In data science, forget about physics. Whether velocity is vector or scalar, speed is scalar, velocity is vector, because in speed S is there scalar, velocity V is there vector, MSET 1 mark is there, right? Now tell me. Yeah? Array. So can you go further? What you have said is correct. So if you look at the arrangement of data generally, when you are talking about this linear algebra especially, how many of you work with R programming? Okay. So what is a vector in R? A vector is an ordered set of elements of the same type, correct? Vector is an ordered set of elements of the same type. Say for example, if I can look at the student name, then roll number, then age of the student, then I can look at gender of the student, I can look at the major specialization of the student. Now just tell me, I can have a serial number here also, just to avoid the confusion. Under serial number, what comes? Only, I can't write 1 and here TWO and then 3 here. There's no point in terms of actually creating it. In fact, it would even violate some of your DBMS principles itself. So if I look at this, now the name is XYZ, the rule number is 21, age is 18, gender is male, major is, let's say, mechanical engineering. Similarly, your second person, ABC, rule number is 22, age is 19, female, computer science. Is this order important here? You see this, when I take this, I can't shuffle this order. Because horizontal, if you see, horizontal it is basically a record. Horizontal it is a record of a single student. Vertically speaking, what is that I am looking at? If I look at here vertically.
Sir, about that.
But you gave me very late in the class. Of course, they will be happy to listen to that. No. I will not torture them there. The first day. Okay. No issue. 10 minutes I have. Right. Thank you. Right. Okay. So the interesting thing is, when you're talking about this vectorization, right? As you were talking about tensor as an array, right? So this is where you need to really look at. Why these fellows called it as a tensor processing unit? It's a table of numbers like Excel sheet with rows and columns. AI models do the math on huge tables of numbers. Again, your TPU, now you see this. When you're talking about a CPU versus GPU, GPU has been designed for gaming. You are using it. But TPU has been designed for this purpose only. Just like if you are looking at your R programming, R is a statistical programming language. But whereas if you look at Python, Python is a general purpose language. You can build a website also if you want. Similarly here, when you're talking about this TPU, these fellows, Google fellows, they designed this to multiply those tables very efficiently. You can just imagine, maybe since most of you are also conversant with the RDBMS, you can look at your data cubes. What happens as the dimensions increase, how difficult it is to deal with the data. And especially when you're talking about the huge tables, as well as the next scenario is related to the performing the calculations across these tables, right? See, this I will be posting in your WhatsApp group or on the website. Don't worry about it. Just remind me. Okay. So you can just spend a minute here. So special matrix multiplication units, very high speed memory access. So what is the third point? Now very clear. Your TPU has been designed for API application. It removes unnecessary components that CPU, GPU need for general tasks. This is not meant for it. Some of the common tensor representations you can look at. See, this is why we are talking about this. Your vectors, then the sequences, 2D images, videos. You see this beautiful explanations, especially if you can look for the right kind of information, you can get this. TPU is a processor specially designed to perform AI mathematical operations faster and more efficiently than CPU and GPU. Okay, you can just spend a minute here. So when we started with the CPU, who is the equivalent of a CPU? Professor solving complex problems. GPU? TPU. It is like, these are like 1,000 students who know the multiplications. You ask multiplication, immediately they will give you the answer kind of a thing, right? So that's exactly where you can see CPU. In fact, CPU is the very core of the computer, you know. GPU is graphics plus AI, but TPU is meant for AI only, right? Flexibility is less because it is meant for that only. Best for large scale AI training. Then of course, designed by Google, used in Google data centers. Maybe probably, any one of you are from Visakhapatnam? Yeah, Google AI data center coming, no?
Yes.
Okay, you can go and visit for a TPU also there, right? Huh? Pardon? Okay, fine. Now, what is NPU? Not natural. NPL, see, natural processing language in your text analytics, we'll discuss that, right? So it is like neural processing unit. So interestingly, you can't keep your GPUs along with you and take along with the machine, no? They are meant for data centers. So if you are using a very small device, what happens here? That NPU itself is able to help you with that. NPU is used inside your personal devices like smartphones, laptops, tablets, smart cameras. So thing is, see, we have done some training of apples and bananas. Can someone tell me where this model got trained? Did the training happen on the local machine or on the server? Server. What happens if internet is not there? My class is gone. First thing I ask them is whether internet is working or not. Otherwise I start with apples, oranges, nothing happens, right? So interesting thing is, AI started moving from the cloud to the devices. So interesting thing is, instead of sending the data to the servers, some of the things like face recognition, voice assistance, camera enhancements, real-time translations. Directly you can run this on the machine. How many of you have watched Chandrayaan landing? First time we failed, second time. See, there was a very classic question at that point of time. Why can't you remotely guide this? Why can't our ISRO people remotely, they can guide, they can control the machine, no, when it is coming down? But then the signal has to go from here to moon, and then the output again has to be read, because you need to get the signal back from that particular device on the moon back here. By that time, what happens, God knows. If there is a 1.5 minute delay that is there, if I build the AI processing module within the machine itself, that means independent of the server, it is going to work. So especially in our case, say for example today, most of you have devices where you can do some enhancements to your pictures. So for example, you have taken a group photo, you doesn't like someone, okay, you can remove them, no, very easily. Yes or no? Can you change the background? Or can I include a person who is not there?
Yes.
Everything can be done. So if I really look at this, these are some of the possibilities that are there, because you have an NPU which is readily available. And of course, take a photo, AI improves lighting, voice recognition, right? Unlocking the phone with the face. All these are some of the applications that are there. So actually, this is where we are talking about the low-code, no-code tools, right? If you really see, when we are talking about this teachable machine, I don't think we have used any coding. We just used the graphic user interface. It said, give me the input, give the label, press the training button, then the output is there. So you can do this. Similarly, many other platforms are there. So you can just look in terms of how these are going to work, uploading different types of pictures, training them. If you want, you can directly use a webcam and you can train on your face also, right? Limitations. Please see this. This is not meant for large business application. Maybe in a classroom, demo it is fine. They don't charge anything, but very limited, right? Customization, not much. So you can just simply coolly use it to tell someone as to how this is going to happen. Now please look at Google AutoML, online platform that allows you to build AI models without writing complex code. So designed for whom? Business, startups, analysts, product teams. It runs on Google Cloud. But remember, how much is the space your Gmail gives you? 15 GB. After that, we will try to actually delete some of the mail or create another mail and send these mails to that and do all this, or otherwise simply pay. Similarly here, when something is designed for business and startups, you can't expect a free tool, right? So it trains, provided you have given the data and the problem. It will choose the algorithm, trains the model, tests the performance, as well as it can even deploy the model. So these are some of the use cases where customizing the customer feedback. You can go with the CSV, images or text as the input. You can select the model, go with the training part of it, and you can deploy it online also. So interestingly, what is happening here, since this fellow has the CPUs, GPUs as well as TPUs, this fellow will be able to work on a scale. That means for businesses, provided you are willing to pay the money, you can use this infrastructure on the cloud. More or less, it is on the cloud that is there. It is much more advanced than teachable machine. Teachable machine is basically for our classroom kind of purposes that are there. H2O.ai again, automated machine learning used in banking, insurance, healthcare, and retail. It also tries to integrate many machine learning models and selects the best one for you. You don't need to manually choose the algorithm. The system does it automatically. You need to tell what you need. It is going to choose the algorithms. It is going to run it and give you the solutions. Similarly, when you're talking about your desktop AI as well as data mining, anyone using Orange? Be ready. In some of your classes, you will have Orange, because as a part of your syllabus, Orange has been given by State Council. So Orange is, I don't know if you have used it. If you are already into Python, you can play with Orange, basically. Orange data mining, just widgets are there, you need to pull them. You need to just keep on adding them, and then you need to give the workflow. You need to give the input, it is going to do the process, right? So this is how basically the widgets appear. You need to just put one after the other, and then you need to give the instructions in terms of what needs to be done. Okay. NIMIN is another one which is used for research labs as well as industry projects. It is much more advanced than Orange. Veka very old. In fact, I don't know anyone is using this now. but still a traditional one, right, which could be used very simply in the classroom without not much of the problem of coding, right? Rapid Miner, again, low-code AI in data science platform. So you can just build models using low-code AI that is there. Again, applicable with respect to the businesses. So you can just look at a comparative analysis. Orange is free. 9, basic version is free. Veka is free. Rapid Miner is very limitedly free. Please understand what that limited free means, right? Now comes finally what is known as Edge AI. So any one of the edge means what? That means your application, the end is edge. That means your AI runs directly on the device. Probably we have seen when we are talking about NPU, neural processing unit, we said that NPU is integrated into the machine. So Edge AI is where processing happens locally in the device, reduces dependency on the internet connectivity, enables real-time decision making, improves privacy as well as security of the user data. So cloud, you can see it has to go to the server, get processed, again sent back. Edge, data processed instantly inside the machine. So smartphones, CCTV cameras and other things. 10 minutes is over. Okay. Okay, these are some of the simple examples. Smart refrigerator, smart LED bulbs, micro ovens, surveillance and security. You can use it in vehicles, right? And these are the kitchen appliances, like what you can see here. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, 1 or 2 minutes. If you have any questions? No questions? No code, low code? No questions, right? You can take your break. Thank you. By the way, 1990-94, I studied in Babatla Engineering College. I did my mechanical engineering there in 1990-94. Pardon? Sudhakar? N. Sudhakar? Okay, N. Sudhakar was there. Gattamne Nageshwara was mechanical engineering head at that point of time. We had, by the time I was coming, Ranganayakula Parmi, he was the principal. Prior to that, Lakshmi Narayana from JNTU, he was there. So by the time we graduated in 1994, the building was completed. The building came to a final shape. So that's the reason I specifically asked how many of you are from Babatla. Okay, thank you. Right.
Your break will not be extended. So please try to finish it within 15 minutes. The snacks are the same place. And the next session is in computer lab. Please take your bag.
That means that I need to be here only. My next session is here only then. Okay, right. No, just the same floor.
Yeah, same.
for you to practice, and the theory session will discuss it in the theory, right? No ma'am, this theory about AI data pipeline. This is about AI data pipeline. Most likely it will be on Thursday. Base here, that is a database. Base means is a placeholder where large data can be kept or can be held. So now here, to understand the data or to process the data, there are certain important activities to be done before you are preparing a machine learning model or an AI system. Whenever you want to build up an AI system, please understand that the data is the qualitative ingredient which is to be very much required in a proper way, so that the machine can understand the data in a better shape and better activity can be performed. So what are the various forms in which data can be available? In the olden days, when the advancements of technologies are not that much rigor in practice, it is almost 20-30 years back, the data is to be available in the form of one format called as CSV. CSV stands for comma separated values. So your entire data of a particular application or a particular activity, that data was made available to be stored or to be made represented in a particular format. That format is called as comma separated values, CSV. Now that comma separated values, for example, how the data looks like in that comma separated values for a particular data set, for a particular application. So if you go to the next slide of this one, you need to understand one particular data set. The data set, if you click this particular link, the link basically it leads to one website. That website is basically hosted by your You can see here, just click this particular link. Now once you click here, one website web page will be showing to you. That is a website which is basically connects to university. You can see here there is a university, University of California, Irvine. They are maintaining certain data sets, a repository of data sets, collection of data sets are there. One such data set is heart disease data set. Is a heart disease data set. Now what this information that is given to you on this web page, you can see that there is a lot of information is shared with you. What is this? This data set characteristics are basically, I will give time for you to do that exercise. There is not much to be, you need to only understand what is the data format is. Please understand the things. So there are certain terminologies which are need to be understood by you. So the terminologies or that information is, what is the data set characteristics? The characteristics or the properties of the data, or the data is available or data is given in different ways for a multivariate. Multi means many set of variables are available in that particular data set. The subject area is related to health and medicine. The associated task, what is that you are going to do with the data set? What is that can be achieved from that data set? Basically, classification of data can be made, realization from that particular data set. How many, what are the different features, types of features available? Features such as the data can be categorical data, it can be numerical one, numerical again in the numerical one, it can be either integer or it can be floating point numbers or simply called as real values. How many instances are there in that data set? Instances, according to this, there are 303 instances are there. How many features? 13 features. What are the other names called to be features? Madam? Yeah, features, what are the synonyms of features? Attributes, characteristics, properties, features, fields, column names, dimensions. So all these are nothing but synonyms. If you list out, you will get more than 10 only. So, but at least remember the other synonyms of this one. So if you click this download button, you will be able to download that particular data set containing how many instances? 303, that is 303 rows will be there. Basically one file will be open with the first row giving, what is the first row is giving? Yes, please. Header, yes, it is not a table, it is not table header, there is a header, that is a header. So what does that header contains? Fields, the column names, fields or the column names or the variable names. How many fields are there? Can you please see that? Download it and open it and see that one. Please, it will be downloaded as a zip file. Please extract that zip file. Extract that zip file. How to extract it? Once you downloaded the file, select it, extract here. Yeah, were you able to download it? And were you able to open it? So what you see here, there are different files here, you can see here carefully. So Hungarian data, processed Cleveland data, processed Hungarian data, Switzerland data. So if you see this, basically there are 4 databases are there. 4 databases: Cleveland, Hungary, Switzerland, and the Long Beach, VA. They're all data belonging to different areas. That's what it is given here in this particular data set. So what you need to understand? You need to understand about this is what the medical domain data set. It is basically University of California, Irvine. The data format is in CSV format. And what are the metadata? Metadata is nothing but the attributes. What are the attributes? How many attributes are there here? Sorry? Attributes are there. Attributes, features, variables, properties, characteristics, dimensions, column names, your header names, all means the same. All are synonyms only, please. Domain, no. Domain is again a collection of all these things. So here you need to understand what is an attribute, what are the attributes, what is the description of this each attribute, and how many instances, what are the features, what is the target variable, and what is the license. What is the license given to that database? The license here, if you just scroll down this web page, you will see the license of this data set. What type of license is this? The license given by this University of California, Irvine, is what type of license is this? Creative Commons by 4.0 or 4.0. Creative Commons. There are different types of licenses are there. One is Apache license, one is a freeware, GPL license, yes. Apache, GPL, Creative Commons. So this Creative Commons, I'm not teaching different types of licenses, do not worry. Please understand that license is nothing but the host person. Who is the host? That university people. They are giving this data set for various purposes. People can use the data set for various purposes, like for doing some experimentation, for doing some product developments, or for exploring the data, and by using the data for different purposes. Some people who give the data, they will put some restrictions. For mostly academicians and for researchers, the data sets are creative, common creative. So common creative is nothing but Creative Commons attribution with 1, 2, 3, 4 different levels of various ways the data set can be used for multiple purposes. So please understand, these are the informations, what are the variables are there, what is the data type, what is the description about this. So what is the description about this variable? The variable called as T-rest BPS. Yes, this is basically blood pressure during the rest time. That's what you can see, the resting blood pressure on admission to the hospital. So you can understand the description gives you, basically the description gives you what is that particular variable is meant for, and what are the values meant for, and what are the units it meant for. So please understand that a data set contains several information, and that information is what you need to understand here. So you need to understand what is the metadata. Metadata means, the meaning of metadata is data about data. So the data about data in terms of understanding the description, understanding the features, understanding the size. What is the size of the data set that we have just? Yes, please. Size can be the file size, or the size can be the number of instances too. So there are 2 instances are there. And what is the license of that particular data set? You please need to understand these terminologies. You need to get an understanding about this. Let us see another data set now. The other data set is this one. Please scroll to the next slide. Go to the next slide. You will get another data set called as Alpha Vantage Stock Market API. You can click this particular link now. When you click the link, you will land up to another web page called as this Alpha Vantage API documentation. Just scroll down this particular web page. Scroll down to this web page, and you will see, come up to this particular point, there are examples. So you just click the first link here. you can click the link please. You can go to this website and go to this particular link. When you click this link, now you are seeing some data here. But this data, the format of this data is different from in the previous case example. In the previous case, what is the format? CSV. But now you see the data is represented, the JSON data is being presented in a format called as JSON. The JSON abbreviation is JavaScript Object Notation. JavaScript Object Notation is an extension to your JavaScript. Basically, this notation or this type of representation is advantageous as compared to the old notations. The old notation example is XML. XML stands for Extended Markup Language. So you know, you may be knowing what is extended markup language, how the data is present in the different user defined tags. In the olden days, when the old technology, I am referring to 15 to 20 years back. At that time, people were using, people means programmers, developers and the application engineers, they were using this XML format to transport the data. Means data exchange used to happen between one system to another system or between one process to another process within the system that is getting processed there. So when the data has to be processed, the data was been organized, the data was been represented in a format called as extended markup language. That is what almost 2 decades, 10 to 15 years back, people were using it. But today, with the advancements in the technology, there was a huge requirement and there is an advantageous requirements have come into picture. One such representation is called as JavaScript Object Notation. Now, what is the advantage of this JavaScript Object Notation? If you see here, this is the data represented in a particular format. I will explain this, what is this format is, just understand. Now here, what you understand from this, just see the metadata. What is metadata here? Just now you are seeing data about data. Now this metadata contains what? This is the first sample here. This first sample represents the metadata. So what is this metadata? Information. What is the information about this data? It is an intraday 5 minutes open, high, low, close prices and volume. So there are certain information actually which is pertaining to this particular information that is below this. That's why in the first data that you are seeing is about the metadata. About the remaining part of the data, some information is been, terminologies is been provided to you for you to understand here. Not only for the programmer, but for a program that is getting executed, that is a process which is running on your computer, or when you are transporting this entire data to be sent to a remote person or to a remote system on the internet or across the internet. So you will be, this metadata information is going to be useful for another process or for another computer or for another system that is going to use this particular data. So when another process is reading this data, it will understand that this particular data contains some 5 minutes interval about open, when the stock was open, when the stock was high, what is the high value, what is the low value of this stock, what is the close price of this stock, and what is the volume of the stock. All this pertaining to which particular entity or which particular symbol? IBM company. There's this information related to one of the IBM companies. Then when the last refresh date, this is 23rd 2026 at 19:55 hours. Then interval, how much is the interval difference between this data samples? 5 minutes interval is there. What is the output size? This is the compact size. What is the time zone? With respect to the time here mentioned is the US Eastern Zone. So if you look here, for every 5 minutes you have a sample. This is at 1955, this is at 1950, this is at 1945, this is at 1940. Like this, if you see 1935, for every 5 minute interval, you are getting data about this IBM stocks. What is the open value? What is the high value? What is the low value? What is the close value? And what is the volume number of that particular stock? So this entire data, this data is presented in a particular manner, a particular style, a particular structure is there. What structure is, are you able to visualize this one? Yes, please. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Structure, yes, what type of, it is a structure, a type of organized, data is organized in a particular manner. If you see here, basically this is an object inside another object actually. You can have object inside another object. What type of that information organization is called as? nested information present in another information, nested. That nested information, the other name for that, hierarchical representation, nested form of structuring. That is the organized form of structuring. And this particular thing is a lightweight. This particular organization of data is basically a lightweight. Lightweight means you are not having extra informations. When you put the information in XML format, you will have tags. If you see the tags, every tag, so many of tags, open tag, close tag, open tag, close tag, and that open tag, close tag, inside another subset of the tags, you will have so many nested tags will be there. So lot of information is there, additional information is there in terms of tags itself. So organizing the data with nested tags is a very laborious process, and then for the system to understand it and to process the data inside the data of that one is going to be a time consuming process here. So whereas the organization of the data in this particular form is a nested form of data, which is a lightweight here. That's why JavaScript object notation. Now this format is nothing but called as key value pair. Key means keys are nothing but attributes. For every attribute you have a corresponding value. So there is a colon here that separates the key and the corresponding values. This is why this is called as key value pair representation of an objects or representation of the data. So that this data can be exchanged between processes. Processes means, what is a process? Process means a program in execution is called as process. So in your computer or on your server, if it is a web server or if it is a database server, where a database server or a web server or a microservices which are taking the data from one process to another process, a huge quantity of data, not just small quantity of data. As sir was mentioning, very large quantities of data, that is the big data. Today's technology with advancements in hardware and software, you can collect the data and you can send the data, that is the big data, in a small amount of time, and it can be processed very easily if the data is been organized and structured in a JSON format. That is what more advantageous than the CSV format or your XML format or your old text format or your old Excel format. So these different formats are there, but you need to understand that as per our requirement of this session, there are two formats. One is CSV format, another is JSON format. So two examples we are seeing. One is a medical data set, and this is an example for a financial data set. So mostly the real-time data, the latest data, all the data in today's technology, where big data, a huge collection of data is being collected and processed in a small amount of time, can be easily done with the data organized in the JSON format. Especially for the web applications and for the web services and your mobile applications, data can be sent and received across those devices on the internet easily with JSON format. This is the point we need to understand, that there are two different types of formats. So this information already, the slides are given to you. Of course, before to the slides, the theory part, I will discuss it on Thursday's class. I am just looking to the second part of this one. So if you see, this is another information that you need to understand here. So what are the key observations that you understand? Please understand the key observations. CSV format. CSV format is very simple and it is flat file. If you see the flat file, just only one column, second column, third column, entire is a flat file. Whereas JSON is a hierarchical structure file which is very flexible for transporting from one system to another system or from one process to another process for processing the data in real time for efficient utilization of the data processing. So some of the differences I have given here, you can easily go through it, is a self-explanatory to you. So CSV data sets are common in structured research domains for old technologies, whereas JSON data for domain originate in the API driven. API stands for application programming interface, where you can transport the data or receive the data or send the data, so that for your data processing of different applications. So these are the two important things that you need to understand here. Then I am just moving forward. So as per this syllabus, you just need to understand what is called metadata and compare domain specific data sets, that is medical versus finance data. That you need to understand. That's what one small lab activity, that is what they are insisting you to understand. Now moving forward, another important activity called as data annotations. Data annotation, what do you mean by annotation? story. Yes, very good. Another meaning of that? Narrating. Another meaning? Why I am asking different meanings? Because definitely some of them may not know what is that I am trying to refer to. So that if more multiple meanings are known to everybody, then you will get a better, wider picture and a big picture of that particular topic. Yes, story writing, narrating, descripting, describing, documenting. What is the use of documenting or describing or narrating or storing? Understanding the data. Who has to understand this? User means we as a human being? No, the machine, the electronic system or the electronic machine or the electronic gadget for which we are making that electronic gadget as intelligent one or a smart one, or you are making the artificial intelligence system there. So the system should be able to smart enough to understand it, so that you can describe it in a better way. When you describe it, then the system will understand it in a proper way. So some example, I just want to narrate one example here. In our childhoods, or a small child or a small kid going to the kindergarten, if the teacher wants to train or make the child to learn a new information, for example, that child has to learn or understand about some fruits, how the teacher will help or make the student to know how the apple looks like? By showing the pictures, right? That is the first thing. So a child will understand by looking to the picture, and once the picture is shown, along with the picture, the teacher also will tell what is the name of that particular fruit. So that what the student is going to do after that? Student will try to have that learning capability by visualizing that particular picture. If apple, so apple looks like this. So what is the color of the apple? What is the size of the apple? What are the features of the apple? Then the features of that apple will be learned by the child's brain. Slowly the cognitive levels will be improved in the later stages. Similarly for flowers, similarly for animals. So slowly the child is getting learned with so many flowers, plants, animals, or whatnot. Everything is getting by year, their cognitive levels are improving by initially what was the step the teacher has done? Making the child to see the picture and understand what that particular picture is. Similarly, if you want to make a machine to learn or machine to behave intelligently, you also should make, you means as a programmer or a developer, should inform to the machine what a particular picture is, what are the names of that picture, so that machine will slowly learn from that particular picture. If you want to describe that so and so picture looks like this, that is the process. It means you are giving meaningful information to the data. So some important information is given for the machine to understand. So that giving meaningful information with pictures to the machine, which that process you are doing, is basically the process is called as annotation, or other name is labeling. So why we need to do annotation, why we need to do labeling, is that we will discuss it in theory session. So but today you will do certain annotation by using certain software tools. Initially we will do some annotation with images, then after that, if time permits, we will do the annotation with textual forms. Both activities we have to do it. So I am, for your exercise, you need to get practice through makesense.ai. I am using this particular tool for you also to understand it. So I will just show you some steps to be done here. First, within 4 to 5 minutes, I will tell you what to be done. Then after that, I will give time for you to do it. It's not a very big exercise, but just understand that exercise, what I am doing here carefully. So here, data annotation exercise has to be done with the tool called as makesense.ai. So please go to a website called as makesense.ai. Impress enter. So you will be land. No need to do. Please hold on. Please hold on. That's what I am telling you. You may miss some of the steps. Just I will give time for you to do it. Just please hold on. See, observe the steps what I am doing here. Once you land up to this web page, go to this particular get started button. Just click the right side. Please look onto my screen carefully. Once you open that, then you will be asked to enter the data sets. Basically, I already given some images to you, some fruits data set is already been given to you. You might have downloaded onto your local machine. So go to that folder and select how many pictures you want to do the annotation. Click open. And most likely all the images will be uploaded onto this cloud-based application. This is a cloud-based application. You need not install any software on the local system. So you can just practice it. For practice purpose, you can use this software here, cloud-based. Once you have uploaded all these images, select the object detection methodology. So initially, please remember, there won't be any labels. Since you know that what the data set contains, you need to give certain labels to your pictures. So go to this particular left hand side, click plus here, then you will be asked to enter the label name. So please enter some of the labels. By clicking plus, you can add more labels. If you feel that sufficient labels are given, then click the start project. Once you click the start project, your images, the uploaded data set images will be shown to you here, image by image. This is, you are doing image labeling. Please remember what you are doing exercise on the how to label the images. So if you see in this image, there are multiple apples are there, but you want to train your machine to understand that there are multiple apples. So first you need to describe, first you have to give some meaningful information what that image contains. What is that image contains? So from, okay, you can use your mouse pointer. This is a mouse pointer, mouse cursor is going to be annotated here. You can take the help of this one. So you select that particular portion of that image of that particular where multiple objects are there here. One such object is the apple here. So once you select it, by default on the right hand side you can see there is a rectangle shape. That's why by default rectangle is coming. You can see there are different options are also there on the right hand side, which can be point, which can be line, which can be polygon. Please remember, you can use any one of those shapes to map your respective objects that are seen on the images. So here I am using a rectangle itself. Once again, first you need to give a name to this portion of the image. The portion of the image you select. So what is that name? Already in the beginning step, you already given the set of labels, the list of labels that are likely to be used in your data set. So here that is basically an apple. Again, the second one is also an apple. Of course, you can give that as also an apple here. And this third one is also an apple. And of course, if you want to give more precisely what that object's positions and object orientation and object colors and object features are, you can use the polygon here. Please remember, I am using the polygon here. Select the points here so that you can give exact shape. So where is the starting point is there, that will be the ending point. Please remember. So this particular exact shape is again, what is this? This is also your apple is there. So you can select like this, then select rectangle. So these are the things you have selected here. If you want, you can move your images. You can move from one image to another image by just please look onto the screen, please. Just give 2 minutes time. Again, you will miss the points here. So go to the next images. Similarly, you select all the images here and do this annotation process. So here, if suppose I take another example here, which contains multiple things. So this is basically your orange. You can select it here, the respective here. Don't think that is a machine learning. Machine learning, there is no machine learning here. Before machine learning, data annotation will come. So what you are doing exercise is basically you are preparing your data such that with proper names, with meaningful information, and so objects or so things are to be called. This information only you are preparing it here. We are not preparing any machine learning model. Please make a clarity that we are not preparing AI system here. We are preparing only one step, that is called as data annotation, which will be useful for the next steps, that is to go for machine learning models to be prepared. For you to prepare machine learning models, you need to do a proper data annotations. So every object of that particular image, in this image there are multiple objects are there, you need to give proper labeling here. So once you give labeling here, suppose I am taking this particular image, I want to label this. Of course, I am not given the label. So again, where you have to go? Go to your actions part, go to your edit labels, and again add a new label that you want to add it to your data set. Then again, yes, you give the appropriate names to your labels. Then now you select here grapes. So like this, at least 10 images, please do some annotation here. Once you think that the annotation process is over, click the actions menu item, go to export annotations. It means now you are collecting that information. So and so image, so and so part of that image, so and so regions of interest, whatever you marked it with mapping has got certain labels, and you need to export it. When you click the export, again it will ask the data to be presented in CSV format, or in computer vision there are different algorithms are there, different techniques are there. One such technique called as you look only once, that is called as YOLO format. For better computer vision processing need to be done. So here you can click the CSV file, click export, download it onto your system and open the CSV file and see after annotation is over how the file looks like. That is what the one activity. Please do that activity now. I am giving 10 minutes time. Please do that activity now as quickly as possible. If anybody is having any doubt, please call me, raise your hands, I will come to your place. Yes, please. Image recognition, sir. Please don't go to image recognition. This image recognition is the next step. You have already taken a wrong step here first. Let us exit here. Yes, go to start, then
Drop image.
yes.
One by one.
No, you select all the images at a time. So please select your and click open here. So all 60 images are come. Now you select object detection, not recognition. Detecting means first you need to understand which portion is to be called as what. So click object detection. So first step is create some labels here. Some names you need to. So just add apple, orange, or some names. One by one.
First time into apple.
Yes, yes. Give some name. Press enter key, sir. Press enter key. Next. Then click the start button. Okay. Next, click the. If you want to give one name, you don't give empty names. Yeah. Grapes. Just enter grapes. Yes. Start. You have to label these things. You please click from where to where. This which portion is called apple here? These are leaves actually. Leaves are not called as apples, right? So which part is now apple here? Click here at any point. Click there. Just click there. You are in polygon. So please select rectangle. So the rectangle boxes, please understand, the rectangle boxes are called bounding boxes. In short, you call it as B box. Click the rectangle is selected. So please select the point here now. Select it and drag it, sir. First select it, hold your mouse pointer, drag it now. Drag it. You select this properly. It is not correct, sir. Actually, you are selecting this particular portion also. It is called as apple. That is not apple, no? Yeah, leave it. I'll tell it 1 second. Delete it, sir. Just delete, press delete, sir. No problem. Delete, one more. No. This also. You put your mouse pointer on the box. Yes, now you hold it. So you just put your mouse pointer somewhere here, sir.
Okay.
You know that this is the rectangle. So from here, select it, drag it. I am not lifted my finger here. So if you think from this portion to this portion is to be called as, what is this called as now? This figure. This is rectangle only, but this rectangle, inside this rectangle, it is an apple. Basically, it is an apple. You are giving a name that this particular portion is called as apple. Similarly, this one also. This is also an apple only. Similarly, this one. But remember, if you give this one, This is a leaf actually. This is not apple. So you need to be very careful when you are giving the name. So this is apple. So like this, this is one image. This is one image. There is one file. Now you go to next one. This is also a
Skip sir, this one.
yeah, you can skip it, but why you should not skip?
Take orange or banana.
Yes, you can. It's not that only one picture is enough for us. Why you need to go for? Yes, you can take another image. Which one repeat? No. You have to repeat for every object. This figure image different from, you call this one machine to understand this one and this one are any doubts, sir? Object detection. Give labels, sir. Go to the next picture, sir. Next picture. What is this now called as? Machines will understand. So you give a name to that. Up to leaf, yes, correct one. So you may have multiple objects in images. Multiple images will be there. So what is the complexity of this work? It is annotation process only, but what is the complexity? Complexity means it is a object selection. Yes, it is a time consuming process, but remember this is called as manually you are doing. Manually you are doing. Yes, you are doing. I am coming it. What is the dot? You are not getting. You are not getting that. 1 second. 1 second. The labels are here, sir. Which one you selected? You are not selected the object detection. You went to the image recognition. Image recognition is the next step of object detection, sir. First step should be object detection. You selected the second button. So let us go to the exit this one. Then you select from here, sir. This is just 1 second. I am selecting some images, sir. Okay. This one you have to select. You selected actually. This is a second. First select this first step. Now you will get some labels to be added. Then you proceed next. That's all. Excel file will be how now. What do you understand from that, sir? That is what you need to understand. Means image. What is the x coordinate? What is the y coordinate? And what is the width and what is the height for each image file. This is annotation process. How the annotation, sir? You go to the next image, sir. Next figure. Yeah, every picture you have to do. Every picture. Why every picture has to be done? So that machine can have some clarity in understanding what are to be called as apples, what are to be called as oranges. You have to give for every image only. Otherwise machine will not have complete information. When the machine doesn't have complete information, tomorrow you give a new apple picture, but it will not say it is an apple. So it will not be accurate. If you want to get an accurate machine to predict it correctly, you need annotation for everything. That's why you are in the image recognition. You went to the next step. This is wrong actually. Please go to make sense again. Click here. Exit first. Exit here. Yes. Again, please get started. Yeah. Yes. Please upload the images now. Select. Object detection. Please select no object detection. Image recognition is the next step. Without doing object detection, recognition cannot happen. First machine should detect it. After detection is over, recognition comes next. Now you give labels, ma'am. Without labels, again, it will be a problem for you. That's it, ma'am. That just to understand that how the labeling process happens. That is an exercise for us. That's all. Done, sir. Any other doubts, anyone? Because you don't have mouse, that is a problem here. You can delete it also, no problem. You can, if you want, you can just click this delete, it will go away. Or you can start from the beginning again. You selected the rectangle, right? You select from here to here. Oh, this is not apple, this is banana. Export. You have to go for actions. Okay, you think that you have done it. Assuming that you have completed it, go to actions. Now you will get export. So please export that annotation in the CSV file. Click export. Now exported it here. File now. In the download. Yes, click that one. Yeah, now you see, sir, your images. So you have done around 14 images now. So first one you have annotated as apple. So what are these X, Y? This B box, bounding box. That rectangle is called as bounding box. Boundaries. You have put some boundaries for that images. So that has got X coordinate and Y coordinate. This is the width for the rectangle. Yes, X coordinate value, Y coordinate value. This is width and this is height and this is the file name. And this is the size of that particular image. That means this Excel file, now it will be useful for the machine learning model to be prepared. That will you have to do it in the next step, not in today's class. Usually this is an annotation process. Yes, sir. Cheyali, compulsory. Please listen here. To do this annotation for each and every image, each and every object in that image also. Why you need to do each and every image and each and every object in an image? To correctly, not we, machine should understand it. You are giving clarity to the machine. We as a human being, even if you shake our head, we can understand that guy is shaking head, so he is not listening or he is not accepting. But machine doesn't know until unless you give complete information. So complete and proper and authentic is very much required if you want to prepare a good machine learning model, a good AI system. So of course this is a manual process, it is a laborious process, it is a tedious process, means it is a hard process only, it will consume your time, not only your time. In the olden days, 10 years back, there were data entry operators to do these activities. But nowadays, there are software programs have come using generative AI tools and agentic AI tools. Automatically, annotation process is happening. But remember, automatic annotation process is not an accurate process. Laborious and manual process is the only accurate process. But automatic process will have a lot of errors. And that needs to be verified by an expert again. Please remember, that is an additional step required if you are using automatic process. By using softwares, if you want to do this annotation, but still you require an expert to verify whether that software has correctly annotated it or not. Then only after all this process is properly done, then only you can give this entire data, that Excel sheet and that images. Now they are moved to the next step for the AI system to be prepared, for the ML model to be prepared. This is just one particular step. This is not a complete step of preparing a ML model. Please don't understand it in that way. This is for images. Like this, there are not only make sense. There is, you go home, please practice RoboFlow. Good software. It has got automation things also, where you can use annotations and learning models to be, that is called as RoboFlow. Now today we will see another tool, not for image but for text we will see. Did everybody complete this one? Still anybody is pending? Please raise your hands. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. 3 of them are still pending. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But Now you can do it in the later stage, ma'am. Just for 10 images, you do it now. Some 5, 6 images also enough. You understood the process, no? If you understood the process, that is fine. Then click the export. Then CSV. Please select CSV format. Yes. Click export. It will be downloaded onto your screen. Yeah. Please double click that one. Yeah, you are already done almost 25. That is enough, ma'am. No, don't worry. That should be okay. But you understand that what are those? Those are the coordinates. That coordinates values are to be important. Anybody else, please? Completed, ma'am? Is it okay, ma'am? Shall we move? I think 4 or 5 images, okay, ma'am. If you understood the process, that should be okay. Okay, we are now moving to another software tool. We are moving towards another software tool called as Label Studio. Please listen here, just I'll give time for you to do. Still another, now it is only 5:15, so we have still time is there. I'll give time for you to do. Please first see the steps. What is this? This Label Studio is another software, something similar to Make Sense only. But that software will allow you to annotate text. What you have annotated now is basically images. Why we need to annotate text? Text means, suppose I'll tell you, for natural language processings, for NLPs, we call it as, for whatever you have done the annotation for images, these are basically for computer vision methods. You are all computer science engineers. I hope computer vision, image processing, video processings and all for AI machines, you might have understand computer vision. Similarly, your NLPs are there. NLP stands for natural language processing. Example? Natural language processing example. Yes, please? Chatbots, very good. Chatbots or your chat GPT now. If you see translators, yes, for translating the things, chatbots like chat GPTs, all these are examples for your natural language processings. But they also might have done data annotation. You are using today the chatbots or chat GPTs or translators. But how that translators were made, how that chat GPTs were made, how that natural language processing was done. For them also one step was there. That step is data annotation. Suppose I am giving one sentence to you now. Let the sentence be something like this. Can you see this paragraph here? Some paragraph, some sentences are there. These are English sentences only. Of course, I took from Wikipedia only this paragraph. Now see here, Ratan Naval Tata, what is this basically? What the machine should understand by looking to these words is a text only, but in the text, what context that machine should understand? Noun. Noun means name of the person. Yes, this Ratan Naval Tata means it is the name of a person. Then only the machine knows. If next time when you enter Ratan Naval Tata, then the machine will reply, this is the name of a person. But how the machine has come to know that this is the name of that person is? How the machine has come to know? How the machine can know? Somebody might have given that information that Ratan Naval Tata is a person. Similarly, now here Tata Group is there. What is Tata Group? Company name. It is an organization. How the machine will come to know that Tata Group is basically an organization? We need to describe. That's what exactly. We only as a programmer, as a developer, as an engineer, we have to prepare our machine. Machine should understand that we need to give that information to that machine. Ratan means yes, person name. Tata means it is a company. 1991. What is 1991 means? Year. We all know, but machine to understood, make the machine to understand, make the machine to learn, make the machine to memorize it, make the machine to have some information. 1991 means year. Similarly, University of Hyderabad. What is University of Hyderabad? Is a university, institution. How the machine will know? Until unless you don't describe, until unless you don't annotate it, the machine will not know. So here also we require annotation, not only textual annotations. Previously you have seen image annotation. Now we are going to see a small example of text annotations. Not only text, audio files will be there, audio tunes, audio music annotations, videos. So what not, all different types of annotations. Annotation is to be very much required. Annotation is a process where you give meaningful information to, not to the system, to the data. You are giving meaningful information to the data. So meaningful information and the data together is given to system to understand. Then the system will understand data and what is the meaning of the data. Both needs to be given. Machine needs data and the corresponding meaning also should be given. Otherwise machine will not understand what that data means. It will not have its own brain. Brain will come only maturity when proper meanings are being understood by the machine itself. So let us see another example of annotation for the text. Of course, lot of information is there. I am just condensing it. I am just giving you crisp information. Later when you have time, please practice it. Using Label Studio, you can do audio, you can do video, you can do text, you can do images also. But in your syllabus, make sense is given. That's why I took make sense for you to understand. Later when you have time, practice. When you are giving information to the students, you can give exercises on Label Studio. If you are it is a free software, you can install it on your Linux and Windows systems. But now since you are using on the internet, so we will practice it on the cloud. The trial version is there. But later when you go to the colleges, you install the softwares on your system. Not only this, RoboFlow also you can make use of it. All those are self-explanatory. Just play with them so that students and you will also prepare good machine learning systems. So please see the steps first. What I am doing now. So go to Label Studio. Please don't do it. I'll give time. Just give me 2 to 3 minutes. Just observe it 2 to 3 minutes. Later I'll give 10 minutes time to you to do. So Label Studio. Please click the Label Studio. You will come up to this page. Please observe it. Previously also many of you are not observing what I have shown you. Again you are asking me the same thing. That's why. Please observe it carefully. So you are using a free cloud trial version. Click this. No need to do, ma'am. Just observe it now. Just observe it. So please click the free cloud trial. Once you are logged in, of course I already registered. I have given this demos to the previous session. I am already registered. There you have to enter your name, your organization. You have to create a password. Once you have done it, you will be able to log in. Now, once you logged in, you will come up to this first front page. Once you come to the front page, you will come to create a project. So once you create a project, give some name to your project. Oh, sorry. I am giving some name to your project. You can just describe it. Click. After giving the name to your project, click continue. Then if you have a text file with all that text, it can be books also. Books means thousands of pages will be there. Each page, how many lines will be there average on an average? If you are going to annotate a book, suppose I have a book, a novel is there with me. I want to do annotation for that entire novel. Novel means it has got different chapters. Each chapter, 10 chapters are there. Each chapter has got 50 pages and each page has got on an average how many lines will be there? 20 to 25. Each line means 20 to 25. But for sample purpose, for just practice, don't do any book here. Just understand the process here. Just take some text and try to do that one. So here, go to the labeling setup. When you go to the labeling setup, please choose a template. So if you are going to do some computer vision, you can take computer vision. Previous example is computer vision only. Again, I am not repeating here. So when you have time, you can practice it. Please select natural language processing. In this one, something called as named entity recognition. So what is named entity recognition? Just look to this one. This is under natural language processing. Under template gallery, you will have natural language processing. Select named entity, name, entity. recognition. So you are giving names, meaningful names to different entities in that particular sentences. It is a form of natural language processing actually. So you click this one, you will get a template. Once you click this one, you will have a template here. So by default, your labels will be person, organization, location and miscellaneous. If you want to add custom labels, if you want to add new labels to this, go to visual, just click here visual, click here visual, then go to add here, you can add custom labels to that. So for example, I want to add a label called as date. I want to add a label called as year. I want to add a label called as location. Oh, already location is there. Can you give any other example? Yes, please. Tell me some other example based on the previous paragraph which you have seen. Okay, gender. Yes, yes, please. Sorry. Date of birth, already date is there. Organization is also there. Okay, award type. Okay, city, right? Okay, sir. Whatever you just add it. So whatever you added, that all the custom labels will come here. Later you can practice it here. Now you need to bring your sample text. How to bring your sample text here? So just look onto this. After giving the labels, click save and open. So you can import the data. Please remember, you can click the import data option is there. Data means your actual text file. So the text file should have an extension of .txt. Please remember, if you want to text the any named entity recognition, NER activity you are doing, the file should be of text file. Please, you can say allow the text file is there. Once you have some text file, you click that selected the text file, something like this, which will be there. Already I shared that sample text file in Unix. Just open it. So if at all an error is coming, most likely because of some spaces or something like this, please try to correct that particular text file. If not, you can just click cancel. Go to your projects, go to the sample file. Once the file is been, so like this, please select the text here. This text will come. So I already select that particular, what is this 28th December? 28th December is basically your date will be there. Okay, if you want to add dates here, please add the dates here. Select that. And what is this basically you have Padma Bhushan, yes, this will be award. The chairman again it is a name. So select the person, select whatever the annotation you want to do it, click the update, and something like location. Can I put a location here? Suppose a person or an organization, you can take it something like industry, yes. So like this, once you update it, please you try to label those, what is to be called as person, what is to be called as organization, what is to be called as location, what is to be called as date, what is to be called as year, what is to be called as award. Everything, every word has to be described. Then only the machine will be able to understand what is to be called as name, what is to be called as person, or what is to be called as location and all. Then only machine can understand it properly. So once you think that you have done this annotation, save it and go to your data manager, select the files. If at all a review has to be done, once again you review it, select it, label one task, you select it, all the labels tasks are displayed correctly if you save it, then go to what is written here, export, then export it like what you have done in the previous case. So do the activity please now. I will be moving around. So if you are having any doubts, please raise your hands, I will come to your place. No, not that, sir. Free online. Yes, human signal. No, go back to the, yes, please. Just type label studio those. Just not IO, just don't say IO, because that will be leading to some other. Just click enter. Click enter. Yes, click the first link. Use the free cloud trial version. Yeah, create a project. You can start working on. Create. Click here, sir. So click here. Yes, just fill up this and you get a. Yeah, you can, or you can just go to this here, sir, and I added the labels now. Text is not coming. If that input is not coming, you just add some text here, sir. Something like, you type it now, don't worry. What is your name, sir? Narendra. Is from Guntur. Yeah, from Guntur. Attending FDP from 23rd, right? Because date is coming, that's what, 23rd March, something like this, okay? So you will get the text here now. See, it is coming here, okay? So Guntur, what is Guntur actually? It is a, you select this as a location here. Location, this is, where is date, sir? Here, date is 23rd March is there. Miscellaneous, okay, FDP is miscellaneous, something like this. But you have to give faculty development program. So once you are done it, put more sentences, then you save it and program. So in the theory session, most likely the theory session will be on Thursday. So you already received this particular slides. These slides I will discuss it, and you will understand in a better way why we are done this data annotation exercise. Actually, this lab activity should be preceded by the theory, so that you will have a proper sequence there. So, but your activity has started with the lab session itself. You may be missing some of the points. Any doubts are there, you can clarify with me on that particular day during the theory discussion. In meantime, if you have time, try to practice it at home today or tomorrow. Label studio and make sense and all. If you have any doubts, you can ask me on that day. మీరు టెక్స్ట్ ఇన్పుట్ చేయాలి. ఫస్ట్ లేబుల్స్ ఇవ్వండి, విజువల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి, క్లిక్ చేయండి, యాడ్ చేయండి లేబుల్స్. యాడ్ అవుతుంది సార్. Suppose date is not there here, okay?
Okay, like that.
You have to just enter the value and click add. Add in కదా. సో ఇప్పుడు ನಾವು ఇన్పుట్ టెక్స్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఇన్పుట్ టెక్స్ట్ ఇవ్వాలన్నప్పుడు ఎక్కడ నుంచి ఇస్తారు? ఇక్కడ డేటా ఇంపోర్ట్ చేయాలి. తర్వాత ఫైల్ ఇంపోర్ట్. ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్ కాకపోతే కనుక మాన్యువల్గా టెక్స్ట్ ఇచ్చేసాను ప్రస్తుతానికి. అవ్వకపోతే మాన్యువల్ టెక్స్ట్ తీసుకో, .txt తీసుకోకపోతే కాపీ పేస్ట్ చేసాను దాంట్లో. అవుతుంది సార్, జస్ట్ లుక్ ఇట్. నెక్స్ట్ స్టెప్ చేయండి. First you have to create the label, sir. This is your data uploaded is done, that is fine here, but this is your project actually. So you need to, you say, see, before you can annotate, first set up the labeling, means ఏమేం labels ఉండాలనేది ముందు ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేయాలి దానికి. మీరు అది చేయలేదు యాక్చువల్గా, అందుకని ఎనోటేషన్ చేయలేరు ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ. ఫస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఏమంటుంది ఇది, గో టు సెటప్, అప్పుడు క్లిక్ చేయండి, అప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మీకు వస్తుంది ఇక్కడే. అప్పుడు ఏం టైప్ ఆఫ్ లేబులింగ్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారు మీరు? మనకి డిఫరెంట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, కంప్యూటర్ విజన్ ఉంది, న్యాచురల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఉంది, ఆడియో ఉంది, చాట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ర్యాంకింగ్, ఇది డిఫరెంట్ ఉన్నాయి. మనం చేయాల్సింది ఎన్ఎల్పి చేయాలని. సో మనం ఎన్ఎల్పి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటాం ఇక్కడ. ఫస్ట్ ఎన్ఎల్పి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎన్ఎల్పిలో కూడా రకరకాలు ఉన్నాయి మనం వాళ్ళు చేసేది ఏంటి, మనం నేమ్ ఎంటిటీ రికగ్నిషన్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఇది మళ్ళీ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అప్పుడు మీకు ఇక్కడ ఇది ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు లేబుల్స్ బై డిఫాల్ట్గా కొన్ని ఇస్తుంది, కానీ మనకి కస్టమ్ లేబుల్స్ కావాలి. ఎట్లా యాడ్ చేయాలో చూపించాను మీకు, ఆ స్టెప్స్ చేయండి. ఫైల్ అప్లోడింగ్ ఎర్రర్ వస్తుంది మేడం, కాపీ పేస్ట్ చేశాను మేడం ప్రస్తుతానికి. అది అప్లోడింగ్ ఒక్కోసారి ఇష్యూస్ వస్తుంటాయి. ఒక నిమిషం చూపిస్తాను మేడం. See here, suppose some of you are having an error while uploading the files. A common thing you can do it. For today's exercise, you just copy paste the text. How to do it? I'm going to show to you. If at all you are having errors at this particular step when you are uploading the file of your text file, then the alternate is to paste some text, create some paragraph, enter some text and label that particular text. So how to do this one? Please see here carefully. So you created one project here, right? Once you created the project, please see here carefully. Go to the next step is labeling setup. What is the meaning of labeling setup? You need to first list all your labels like what you have done in the previous activity, like apple, banana, or the list of labels will be created first. So here, in order to create that labels, first you need to select the template. So what type of application are we doing now? What type of for which application are we doing some annotation? For text based application, that is basically your natural language processing. Are you able to come to this particular? Yes or no? Yes. So come to natural language processing. Again, in natural language processing, we are specifically focusing on named entity recognition. So select here named entity recognition. Once you select the named entity recognition, by default some labels will be shown. By default means initial labels will be there. What are those initial labels? Person, organization, location and miscellaneous. But first you need to add your custom labels to that. You need to add your own labels. So how do you add your own labels? Yes, please click the visual button. Yes, already madam is telling here. So please click the visual button. Once you click the visual button, you will have the provision to add your own custom labels. So here, for example, I am showing you again. Please look onto my screen. Again, when you are missing the points here, please look onto my screen. How to create your custom labels? Suppose I want to add a new label called as the date. After writing the label name, click add, and you see the next right hand side of your screen now. Already the created label is come up to your screen now. Again, if you want to add year, one more example I am saying, you want to add one more label called year. After you, year, click add. Now if you see on the right hand side, you are getting the year. Madam has told another word called as award. So click here again, click add. Award will be seen on the next. So once you think all your labels have come now. Now see here. Just scroll up. You will have, if you are unable to upload your file, use text from what is written here. See, sometimes because that is a cloud-based application, it will take some little bit time for everybody. If everybody 20-30 people are using at a time, it will create some errors for some of them. Later you can try. If that is giving error, you can manually enter the text here. So just please enter the text here. What text you need to enter here? Whatever the text is there in the text file, you just copy paste it, or if you cannot do that copy pasting also, simplest example I am telling, you write down your name is from UoH located in Hyderabad, working since 2015. Some sentence I am writing here, some sample sentence, and you just after writing that words here, just press enter. Now you can see here, he is from UoH located in Hyderabad, working since, paragraph has come to you. Now what you need to do with this, once again I repeat, what you need to do, you have to annotate it. So how do you annotate it? Okay, location, select the label Hyderabad. Hyderabad is basically what color is given to the Hyderabad. You see the color coding also. Color coding is reflecting, is matching to location. 2015, year 2015. Organization, UoH. I am labeling it. Once you do the labeling, I already told you what is the next step. Save it. Save and look onto my screen please first. Save and open. Go to your dashboard. Go to, this is what sample, I have given a project name, your project name will be there. Go to the projects. Then once you go to your project, then export. In images you already done it, no sir? Makes sense, you have done it. This is for text form here. Even menu, annotation in menu, fine, export killing. No snapshots. Create a new share. Click change madam. For the first time, first time just snapshot create a snapshot. Click change. Madam. Processing completing. Okay. Just completed. No, just select download it. Type in which format. When you download it, you can download in JSON, CSV, or your TSV, tab separated values. You can, by default, this is recommended JSON format. You know what is JSON format. Okay, please save your work. It seems the bus has been waiting for you for your pickup. Please, I will be available on Thursday. You do it either today or tomorrow. You can further do it at your home. Any doubts are there, you can ask. Okay, thank you all. All the best. See you on Thursday.